Hello, everyone. My name is Katie, and welcome to my Greenland Quilter channel. I hope everybody has had a good week so far. We have one more day left in this week, and then a couple more days left in August. And my Lord, August has done blown the pop stand. So I'm tired today. You probably can hear it in my voice. We worked today. Um, I was up early this morning. Nikolai was up earlier than me, and he was doing coffee mix, and I was doing tours in the tannery. So I'm pretty wiped out today, but I thought I'd come live for a little bit. I'm just going to work on the channel so long that we've been working on for a while now, and just talk to you a little bit about my day to day and how that went, and also talk about my not having a live tomorrow or Saturday, because me and Nikolai are going to go off grid with friends who have a boat, and we're going to go salmon fishing this weekend. So it is unlikely that I'll have any kind of cell service because of where we're going to be at. And yeah, but I will get to do video coverage and stuff like that, and I'll share all that when I get back from the trip. Anyway, hi Janet, and you're gonna see me eating a candy bar in a minute. Nikolai's gonna come say hi to you guys.
Hi everyone.
It looks so dark behind us, huh?
Yeah, well, it happens, but
anyway, today was really long. Most everybody that was on the cruise ship today was from the United States. We had people from California, Tennessee, New Jersey, Texas. Illinois, Texas. They didn't sound Texas though. You know that?
One of them had a hoodie hat that cab that
the cap
Texas.
Yeah. Yeah, so we had a few from Texas. Let's see, Oklahoma was one of the states. Let's see, where else did they Georgia, a couple from Florida. And I'm trying to remember. Oh, Washington State was another one they were from. So it was a pretty interesting group of people. I took them through the tannery, and we talked about the tannery. Most all the tours that come through our town like they do, they're pretty gracious and kind and sweet. We had one grumpy man there today, and he was complaining about why we didn't provide them with a bus to go from the dock to Great Greenland. And like I could do something about that. And he spent a lot of time complaining about that. But outside of that, everyone else is really cool. I got some tip money out of it, and I think they all said that they enjoyed it a lot. There were some quilters, believe it or not, in the middle of all those people. See, my first group, I had 15 people. And on my second group, I had 30. So it got cramped in there a little bit. So let's say hello to people in the chat. Hey, Robin was first today again in the chat, and Jean was second in the channel. Hello, Janet from Central Illinois. And hey, Sandra Kay, thank you for coming by. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to talk a little bit, sew a little bit. I don't know how long I'll stay live tonight because I am extremely tired. I took a tiny little nap when I got home, but when I got home, I was in a lot of pain. So that tends to happen when sorry guys, that tends to happen a lot when I get cold. I was fine until I got cold, and I got cold because I had been sweating and then walked outside and my clothes were wet. So it kind of messes everything up. All right, so let me see here. So what have y'all been working on? Yeah, Janet, one bad apple. He made me cry because he was just being such a jerk. And then 2 or 3 of the other tourists came up and said, you know what? Don't let him do that to you because you did nothing wrong. And he was just being a butt, And yeah, so anyway, some people can be downright mean. So anyway, the weather started out foggy this morning, right, honey?
No, it wasn't fog.
It was just chilly or something, wasn't it?
Chilly.
Yeah, and cloudy.
Sunshine, then started getting cloudy.
I thought it started out cloudy and then got sunshine.
Oh,
So anyway, the day was beautiful. I mean, we had really great weather. It was nice. Wow, Robin. Robin says she's down to 2,256 hexagons out of 12,500. You are getting close to that mark. Probably by the time I get back from my out of town trip or my out or off grid trip, you probably will have most of it done. Jenna says, we all love you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sandra says she's working on several projects. Depends on how much time I have with babysitting. That grandbaby keeps you busy. You were so lucky to have that grandbaby. I wish I could be around mine all the time, but you know, it is what it is. Nora. And I got a demanding little turd over here that's been feeling lonely because we left her today. But she's going to get babysitted by my boss's daughters. They're going to take care of her so that I can go off on this trip, which is going to be wonderful. Nora, stop. I'm trying to figure this out because I was unhappy with, there was some reason why I was unhappy with this block. There was something I put a color next to it that shouldn't have been there because this is Scrappy, but I didn't want colors sitting next to each other that were wrong. Okay, so this is that pink one. So this is going to go here. All right, so that one's there. And then this one, I'm running it. So this one's up here like this. And then we're going to have this like this. And there we go. So there we go. Robin says, I have to take a break. I'm deep cleaning the house while mom's away. Janet says she has 2 quilts that she's been working on for Christmas. And hang on one second, guys. Okay, go. Sorry about that, but I decided to take care of Nora so she wouldn't be pesky. When I left this morning, I could hear her howling. She doesn't like being left behind. She's been like that since Coda passed away. So what do you guys think about that we have only 4 months left of 2025 starting on Monday? Can you believe that this has passed by so fast? Because I know I'm just totally shocked that this year has gone by so dang fast. Got a lot of work to do to try to get these projects finished, you know, by these year-long projects. I don't have to worry about getting them totally finished until we'll start putting like this channel sew along. We'll start sewing these blocks. Now, some people are already sewing theirs together, but I'll start sewing mine. I'll probably start them on New Year's Eve. Start sewing the blocks together the way I want them, and then spend the rest of January getting it all ready for you guys to see. And then I'm hoping everyone that is sewing this particular sew along will have theirs ready to show in February, and the ones doing the Star Climber will be able to show theirs in February. And we'll also be showing off our blocks from the 1000 block in February. I'm hoping that I can get everybody who's participating to put their pictures up so that we can have a trunk show and show off how our year-long project has gone. And in the meantime, I've been thinking about what project I want to start for 2026, starting in February of 2026. I think that we're going to continue on with either doing another set of charm packs with a different kind of pattern, or I might say let's break out a layer cake and do something with that. I do know September is Jelly Roll month, around the 21st, I think. And I think I have an idea of what we're going to do for Jelly Roll. I haven't participated in the Jelly Roll since I started my channel, because I didn't know there was an actual date for the Jelly Roll. By the time I hear about it, it's already over with. So, having said that, I know what date it's supposed to be, and I'm going to try my best to figure out a little short project that we can do with some Jelly Rolls, because I only have I have 2 small Jelly Rolls that are batiks, and I have an open Jelly Roll that was batiks. And then the only other Jelly Roll I actually have in the house is another cotton one that I didn't even realize I had it until I was looking for something else, and there it sat behind something. It was up underneath some other fat quarters, and I'm like, because I thought I only had the batik ones. Kind of find out I had another cotton one, so I'll probably use that. Maybe we'll do another sewing challenge with Nikolai, and later in the year or something, and we can use that cotton one for that Jelly Roll thing. Helen says, "Wow, I'm impressed. I want to do some, as I like hand sewing, but do not know if I'll be good at it." Hey there, Helen, and hi, Carrie. Welcome, welcome. So anyway, when more people slide in here, we'll talk about this weekend and everything, so you'll know what's going on. I've been working this week, tour guiding, so I've been slammed, man, just totally slammed. We have a few more cruise ships in September, and then I'll have to look on my calendar to see when the last one will be here. There's about, I think, 8 or 9 more cruise ships, and then we'll be finished for the season. And then we'll be back to no cruise ships. It'll be just me sewing. Practice makes perfect, or perfectly imperfect, says Robin. So, Robin, do you have a particular pattern you're going to put all these hexes in, or are you designing it as you go along on your hexie project? I wouldn't mind trying to do maybe a triangle project or something, but just do like a little small mini quilt or something like that, because I don't know that I would be all that good at hand sewing that many pieces together like that. Robin says diamonds. Oh, that would be fun. Let me see here. I need to move my, oh, and I need to change feet too. Diamonds would also be fun, probably, now that you mentioned it. Okay. Trying to find me a leader. Okay, here's one. Just focus on the results that make you happy. That's a good idea. You know, I thought we'd talk about while I'm sewing. I thought I would bring up the subject of, and maybe you guys can share with me your accomplishments. So here we are. We are not, we have done, we're about to finish the 8th month of 2025. What are your accomplishments this year relating to your sewing? Tell me in the chat what you've been, what you've finished. And finished, I mean, it doesn't have to be a finished quilt. It can be a quilt top or what tell me what you've done finished, what you're still working on that you have, and if you have a goal of getting it finished by the end of December, share with me your accomplishments. I would like to really read about them. And I thought I would talk about some of my accomplishments this year as well. And I think I really would love to do a trunk show during my 12-hour 3rd annual New Year's Live celebration. And then, by getting everyone to get their pictures in the channel, or in the Facebook group. I'm sorry. And those that don't use Facebook, I'm going to get the link for Sherry's Discord, because she set me up a little room, and y'all can post your pictures there in Discord. And if you don't use Discord, but you don't mind emailing me, I'll share my email address with you, because I would really like to share, some of y'all's work, what you've been working on. Some of you are sewing the 1,000 blocks with me. Post your pictures on there. There's 2 or 3 people already posting their pictures. Post what you have so far. I mean, I just want you to share with me what you've been accomplishing for 2025. Sandra says she doesn't have much. She don't have that much time. Slow quilting is awesome. I agree. I really like doing this project. I like how that I've stretched this out and we haven't rushed through it. That's why I've been calling it the slow burn, because one of the things I wanted to do is us just enjoy the process of sewing. I know that it's been, we spent 8 months doing 3 of these projects or 4 of these projects, but I feel like it's been rewarding for me, because I haven't had to kill myself to get something done. I've been able to just take my time, manage to get, I know I have 7 projects going on at the same time. One of them I'm a little behind on, but I'm gonna try to get that one caught up when I get back from my trip, off-grid trip. Yeah, so, but I'm really happy where I am right now in this year as far as projects, the channel. This is the first year since I started learning to be a quilter that I haven't put down, stop multiple projects and not finish any of them. Here I am, in August, and I haven't dropped not one of my projects. So I'm really pleased that I have stuck to my guns with it. And I think part of it's because I decided that I just wanted to enjoy the process, share the process with you guys, share this very scrappy charm pattern with you guys that I designed in my head. And Andrea is working on a written pattern for it, so that those of you who haven't made it yet and may want to later will have the pattern where you can just read it and go from there with it. Okay. Sandra K says, I'm trying to use up my fabrics and bucket list. What's on your bucket list, Sandra? Janice says, my biggest accomplishment was finding the perfect neurologist that has found the medical regimen to where I am able to get back to sewing. I have multiple sclerosis. I just don't dwell on it. Well, I'm glad you found the right doctor. That's awesome. I'm starting to meet a few of you who have MS. Jody says, great job, Katie. Thank you, Jody. How are you, Jody? I know I've been a bit absent from people's channels this week because I have so much going on. You guys, tour guiding just really, really keeps me so slammed. So by the, I've been doing my lives, you know that, and I've been sewing, but I have had so little time to do other extra things that I like doing, like going sitting in people's lives when it's actually a live, not a replay. And I know all y'all understand about that. At least I'm doing the replays. But there's times when I would like to come in when you have a live and just chat away, join the conversation. And if you have a channel, don't forget to type exclamation selfie and share your channel. That means Jody, share yours. Sandra K, share yours because you have a channel. Let's see who else is in here that has a channel that's in here right now. Carrie Quilts, you have one. Y'all share your channel. Exclamation selfie. Janice says she's currently able to occasionally walk and use her hands. What a blessing. Yes, indeed. Carrie says, I have quilted and bound 9 quilts. I completed 4 bag projects and I don't make deadline. Yeah, this is why I told everybody, these 3 big projects we're working on, like the one you see me working on right now, that's the channel show. We probably won't have it totally, the top of it finished until February. Same with the other 2 projects. I feel like we're going to use January to try to come to somewhat of a close for a couple of the projects. And I would really like I said, continue on with doing another scrappy quilt with either charms, or we could change it up and do, maybe we can change it up and do a charm pack with a layer cake, or we could do 1 layer cake and we could cut them down into, 2 different things. So I think I have an idea of a pattern I wouldn't mind trying, where we're doing like a rectangle with 2 squares, or a rectangle, and we cut the 2 5-inch squares into smaller pieces and put sashing in there somehow to make a design. It's just I haven't really come up with the total idea just yet, but I'm working on that idea. Hey, Steph, I am so sorry. I have been missing you, girl. Haven't been in your channel. I've been so busy. But thank you for being part of the membership of my channel. I really appreciate you. Carrie says, no, I just watch and play with you that have channels. Oh, okay, Carrie. I wasn't sure if you had a channel or not. Make sure you type exclamation selfie. That includes you too, Steph. Share your channel. Let's get them channels. Aw, thank you so much, Steph. I appreciate that. I really do. She just paid for 5 memberships. That is awesome. I'm gonna have to do a special Steph, are you busy? Do you have time on the weekends to come to a private Zoom? I'm just curious. Thank you so much for doing that. I really appreciate it. My little money stash is growing too, that I'll be using to come to the United States with, from all the tips that I earned tour guiding so far. I had, it's been really great on that. Katie girl, no worries. I know you've been being busy with tour season. Yep, it's kicking my butt, let me tell you. But my boss was a happy camper today. She took time to this afternoon to talk to us after we were all done working, to tell us that how good of a job we all did, and that most of the feedback she got back from tourists was really good, and she was extremely pleased with all of our work and how we all have stepped up to the plate to get the job done, because we were very busy today. And the cruise ship that came in, I don't know exactly how many was on board. It was quite a few though. It was either I think here's the paper. Let me just tell you how many was on this ship today. The name of the cruise ship was wait, that was supposed to be, okay, the Viking Mars, And that cruise ship had 930 people on it. And most of them got off the ship and came into town and did things. They had quite a few, like my husband and a couple of others. I don't know how, I think there was 3 different women that opened their homes up for coffee mix. And for those of you that don't know what a coffee mix is, a coffee mix is a Greenlandic tradition of where people open their house. You know, so I'll give you an example of how a birthday, if you're, let's say they're celebrating a birthday. Okay, this is the best way to explain it. They will set up a coffee mix. Now, most of us in the United States, when you have a birthday party, we say we're going to run the birthday party from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., 2 hours. Here, they make it like an open house. And they say the open house is going to be from 12 noon to 7 o'clock at night. And they will have all kinds of sweet things to snack on, coffee and tea, and people can come and stay as long as they want. They can leave as soon as they want. It's like an open door kind of in and out type of thing. And people come in and stay a while, talk a while, laugh a while, and then they go on their way. Some people might stay the whole time it's, you know, it's going on. But that's this is how they do coffee mix. And so here in during cruise season, 3 of the women host these coffee mix so that the tourists who come in who want to sign up for one of these can experience the Greenlandic tradition. Let me see here. Uh-oh. What did I do wrong? Oh, I think I didn't do anything wrong. Here we go. I just had it upside down. Okay. Hey, Kristen, how are you? Hope you've been doing good. How's your garden doing? Yeah, it's a really good treat for people who have never experienced this type of tradition. And the women who host it in their homes, they're really sweet Greenlandic women. But they tell Greenlandic stories. The women that open their homes this way, they have pictures of generations of Greenlanders, and a lot of them will set out their national suit so people can see their national suit, and talk about, you know, talk about culture and all that kind of thing that goes on during a coffee mix. So it's, you know, it's really enjoyable for everyone who participates. Okay, so those of you who just strolled in, tell me what you've accomplished so far since January the 1st, 2025. What can you do a little bragging about yourself? What did you accomplish so far? Figured we'd get a little bit of a discussion going on about that. And it doesn't mean you, and I'm not asking, you don't, if you haven't finished anything, but you're keeping on track with doing it, talk about that. Because right now, the only thing I did finish this year is I did get my Raspberry Kisses quilted and bound. That got done. That has been done. And I also have rounded up all my quilt tops. I finished getting most of my quilt tops out of the, well, actually got all the rest of my quilt tops out of the sewing room, and we got them in here after we made sure there was no glass in them. And then I added them up, and it turns out I have 19 quilt tops now. Out of those 19 quilt tops, I will quilt the smaller ones and then figure out what to do about getting the bigger ones done. Okay. Jody says, I wanted to start this channel, and I did. I'm keeping up another story. Awesome. Jody, do you have a genealogy page for your family stuff? Since that's part of your topic. You know, it might be a great idea for me to show y'all her channel so you can have a peek at it. I mean, I'll do that when I get done pinning this together, because at some point I was going to highlight a couple channels anyway and take you over to the channel so you can see what they have to offer. Jody has 2 channels. She has Jody Genealogy, and she also has Marketplace Boutique. I think maybe, let me see if my bot has Jody in it. Because it might show, it should, if I do, I have Marketplace, her link for her Marketplace. Yep, there you go. Marketplace Boutique. Jody, have you come across anything interesting for Marketplace? Any new shops that you've been to? I love when she goes into the secondhand shops. There's so many things you get to see on her videos when she's doing that. I don't know if I could handle having 2 channels, Jody. I think this one channel is more than a handful. I'm hoping I can go live tomorrow when we're leaving port. If I can get everything set up for the live. The only downside is, well, Nikolai will be with me, so he can use his phone to monitor the chat. But I will, because we're going to go toward Unidoc, because we're going salmon fishing, so we're going to go in a different direction. So I'm not sure how long the cell tower will last. Going, babe, honey, Essa, when we go the other direction, we're going that way toward Unidoc.
Yeah.
How far out do you think the cell tower service might be?
There will be a cell tower nearby.
So we should have service for a little while so
Yeah,
that can be live.
When we pass the settlement.
And once we get past the settlement, it'll be gone.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I might be able to stay live long enough for y'all to see some of what's in the fjord on our way out toward where we're going to go fishing. But once we get out of range, you won't hear from me until we get within range again. Terry says, laugh out loud. That's why I don't make a channel. Sandra says, one of my biggest bucket list items was the Hunter Star quilt. I did not make one. I made 3 and sold 1 queen size quilt. Wow. And congratulations on being able to sell one. That's outstanding. Bella or Kristen says, 1 channel is hard enough. I agree with you. I don't know how anyone keeps up with more than 1. I don't know that I could come up with enough content to host more than 1. Congratulations. Share your milestones with us, Pete, everybody. What did you get accomplished this year so far that you can, I want you to brag. Talk about what you accomplished. And like I was talking about, one of the things I am very proud of this year is I have not stopped doing any of my projects. I'm continuing. You know, I'm a little behind on one of them, but I haven't given up on it, which I'm super excited about that, because that'll be a first for me, having some projects that I can actually say, oh, I finished this for a change. And finished means the quilt top. I don't know when they'll get quilted, because I have to figure out about these bigger quilts. I'm sending a couple to this to Sherry of her Sherry Yurton, My Quilting World. That's the name of her channel. She's going to quilt 2 quilt tops for me, but I have all these other big ones that I'm going to have to figure out when I can get them quilted. I want my Sugary Dew quilted so bad, but I just can't find the right backing that would make me happy to put on the back of that quilt top. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time. I'm just not having any fabric talking to me that I want to put on the back of that one. Because I'm, you know, that quilt top's very special to me. Okay, we got this one pinned. Let's get this one sewn. Robin says she has 9 quilt faces to hand quilt. Yay, that's awesome. Hey, Nanita. So as you know, y'all been seeing the little super chat fundraiser I've been doing. And, you know, I don't earn a lot of money from my channel yet, which is okay. That's not why I set up this channel. It wasn't so I could earn money. But I have set it so that I'm not going to get paid until it reaches a certain euro amount, because I wanted to build up a big enough one that I can buy some new technology to add to the technology I already have here now. So probably in the spring of next year, I'll have enough saved up that Nikolai believes that I'll get to go to the US this coming year. I can bring that cash with me and purchase the technology I need. Because I want to get a secondary camera. I wanted to phase out using my cell phone as a camera. So, and Sherry is donating a tablet for me to use, which is very kind of her. Sandra says the second was using up strips I made, queen quarter square log cabin block quilt top. Oh, that sounds like fun. Okay, we got this one done. Let me check it, make sure everything's lining up properly. And yep, this looks good. So I'm gonna throw it over by the iron because I gotta press it. Let's get this other. In case you're wondering why I have this pulled off, is because I had a block on this corner here that was the same color as the block it was sitting next to on both sides, and I'm like, it was bugging me. So I took the block out, found another block to put in here, and this works fine. Isn't it funny how sometimes you see something in blocks that you're putting together, and you see something that just does, it bugs you, and you first you want to ignore it and say, no, I'm not going to do nothing about it. And then you end up going back and taking it out anyway. It was bugging me. I'm not that picky. I'm trying to make sure that I didn't put any side to side colors that were the same color. Hey, Linda, how are you? And happy Thursday to you too. Cannot believe. And you know what? It's going to be insane here in Greenland starting tomorrow. Everybody gets their salary tomorrow, but then we also get, I don't know if we're going to get it tomorrow or if we're getting it Monday. Nikolai doesn't know either. But we're also getting, those of us who get tax refund checks, that'll be either tomorrow or Monday. So people are going to be insanely, there's probably going to be some partying going on. Which can be problematic. Sandra says the biggest bucket list quilt was a picture story in 2007 called the Appalachian Trail Quilt using Drunkard's path blocks and applique flowers. It has taken me 4+ months to complete the top. Wow. Yeah, Carrie says I only pick it out if it bugs me. Yeah, that's what I did here. I had two of these big blocks that were just bugging me. And finally I said, you know what? It's not, it's going to keep bugging me. So let's get it pulled out and put a different block in there. And now I'm satisfied. And I can start putting sashing on these blocks. But I also, when I was digging for something, I don't know, a few days ago, 3 or 4 days ago, I found some more charm squares that were in a Ziploc bag inside of something. I don't remember what it was. And I'm like, why are these in here? They're going to get added to this very scrappy quilt I'm working on because they're 5-inch squares and they have some interesting colors too. Well, I've been trying to see how I would love to be an ambassador of batiks, for one of the batik companies, since I've been doing so much batiki stuff lately. Now this that I'm working on right now is not batik, it's cotton. It's regular cotton. Batiks are cotton too, but you know what I mean. So today I earned 101 US dollar tips and 200 Danish kroners today. Always feels good once you get tips, knows you did a good job. But you know, only United States people do tipping anyway. All the other countries that come through here, tips don't rank at the top of things. Sometimes one of them will do it, but not very often. And German people definitely don't usually tip, which is okay. I have no complaints. I get paid good by the hour, so there's that. Y'all's plans for the weekend? Any of you have plans yet? I met some more fellow quilters today and earlier this week. In fact, we have 3 new members in the Greenland Quilter Facebook group that I met because of them being on the cruise ship. And so they joined the group, and they're quilters, and they've talked about who they are and how long they've been quilting. So if you haven't been in there to see any of the latest updates in there, go and have a look at the new members that have joined. There's 3 women that have joined it. In the past few days. Y'all are quiet today. Okay, so let's get this one pinned together. I wasn't sure how tired I was. You know, like I said, I was really tired when I got home. Mostly it was because I was in pain when I got home. And but I took a nap and I feel better than I did earlier. Melinda says she is cool. She is recuperating from catching stuff the grandkids shared with her. Ouch. It's so easy for kids to spread things. I know when I was raising my 3 kids, it would start with one, and then it'd be the next one. It was a domino effect, and everybody in the house would get sick, including my first husband first. And then when everybody was over it, then I would be sick. It was like I was the last one on the totem pole to catch whatever it was they were passing around the house. Helen says she has MS too. You're welcome, Jody. I'll be quilting and whatever else I choose. I don't make a lot of plans anymore. I've been looking forward to this, you know, going off grid again. It'll be fun. And I should have quite a few. I'll be taking some pictures as well as I'm going to make more videos. That'll be fun too. So that I can share with you guys. So there'll be the footage for that as well. Is MS becoming a really more of a prevalent thing these days? Because I'm knowing more and more, I'm meeting more and more people who have MS. Linda says we're just sharing it between 5 of our kids' families. Carrie says I'm on the phone, so I don't chat much this way. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it is harder to chat because a lot of times I'll be in the bedroom running someone's live and trying to use my phone to say something. It's not easy. What did I do with my little leader? Uh-oh, I already lost. Oh, here's one. No, it's already in the sewing machine. Jody does lives where they're doing campfires, and the campfire live is really a lot of fun too. And they just um, talk about different things during the live when they're doing the campfire. And Jody lives on a lake like I do. I'll be sandwiching a patchwork garden too and getting it basic so I can quilt it up. That sounds like fun, Linda. I hope you'll share your pictures in the Greenland Quilter Facebook group. If you don't use Facebook, you can email me with your pictures, and I'm going to put the email link in the chat. And you can send it to me because I would like to do a trunk show showing everybody's beautiful work. Okay, I think I got this one where I want it to be. All right. I may just do that. Thank you, said Linda. Yeah, please do. Okay, this one looks okay too. Oh, except for right there. Uh-oh, we have one out of alignment. But I can fix that quickly. It must have moved. I must have took the pin out before I should have. I've been having trouble with my Instagram. I have 2 different Instagram accounts. I was trying to set up my Greenland one for the Greenland Quilter channel. The problem is now I can't log on to the other one except through my phone, which annoys me. I haven't figured out why I can't swap back and forth between the two. It may have something to do with the fact that I might have used the same email for both of them. I don't know. That shouldn't have mattered. Hey, Cynthia, how you doing? She says, hello to Steph. Thank you for the gifted membership. I didn't know this was a thing on Greenland Quilter channel. Yeah, yeah, there's a channel membership. I've had a channel membership thing now. There's some of my members have been a member for over a year. I got 3 or 4 of them that have been a member over a year. I'm monetized, so you can do super chats or whatever. I've been saving all my super chats and stuff so that I can buy some technology when I go to the United States. Hey, Joy T, how are you? She says, saying hi and lurking while sewing swap blocks. Carrie says, I'd like to quilt some stuff together this weekend, but my backing fabric hasn't come. I'll just work on what comes to mind. She says, I guess I had not paid attention to that. It might be because I don't say much about it. If you look up at the top, you'll see up there that it looks like a little bullseye thing with a dart in the center. That is a like a super chat challenge type thing. And that's been sitting on there for months now. But it's my fault that I haven't really just talked about it because I don't want to seem like I'm begging for money. But it is there. And down below on your chat screen, there's also a $sign. That's also and if you clicked on the $sign, except for I don't know how it works with phones, but you'll see something called super stickers and super chat. There's also the thing about becoming a member of the channel. There's all of that down there. And I just realized I don't have my chat set to live chat. Hey, Melissa, what's going on? Joy T says, I have to get these last do-overs done and mailed on Tuesday. You had to redo them? Hey, Helen. Oh, yeah, I already said hi, Helen. Yeah, yeah. Now let me get this pin back the way it's supposed to be so it's not out of alignment. All right. So let me see, what can we talk about? We can talk about the tannery a little bit if you want. So one of the things that's been asked a lot about in the tannery this year is why there's so many polar bear skins sitting inside Great Greenland right now being tanned. So some of y'all might remember that last year I went to QuiltCon for the first time, and while I was in the United States, sea ice had broke apart from up north on the East Coast. That shouldn't have broke apart until usually it'll start breaking apart March, April, and then end up down near South Greenland around May, June. Some of it will end up in our fjords while the rest of it gets blown out to sea. Well, warm water. So normally in the winter months, starting in the fall, the ocean, you have two temperatures of water in the ocean. You have cold water and warm water. During the winter months, the cold water will be on the top and the warm water will sink to the bottom of the ocean. And then when season changes for spring, the water flips where the warmer water is on top and the cold water sinks to the bottom. In January, the ocean currents that drive the Atlantic Ocean pulled too much warm water from south of the equator, and it ended up and because it goes up and around Greenland, and it warmed the water too much, and when it happened, it caused the sea ice to start breaking apart in January of last year. So in February, all this sea ice that broke apart ended up down on the southern part of Greenland, and because of that, normally, like I said, there will be a wind down there that'll steer a lot of it out to sea so it doesn't get congested in the fjord as bad. But because this was the abnormal time of the year for the ice to break up, it ended up stuffing up all the fjords, and then it landlocked along the outer perimeter of South Greenland. It totally landlocked it. So there was no way for any ships to get in and out or boats to go hunting or anything because the ice was this thick. And it sat there from mid-February until mid-July. So last year we didn't have cruise ships in May, or like the tail end of May is when we start seeing them. So we didn't have any in May, none in June, and half of July we missed out on having cruise ships because of the ice. But what also happens is polar bears get stuck on the sea ice because when it breaks apart, it ends up at sea for a bit before it ends up to South Greenland. And so there was 12 bears stuck down here. And the areas that the polar bears were showing up in, normally the first thing they try to do is use a flare gun and a long gun to scare them away, because they don't want to just up and in them if they'll just leave and not come back. But that's not what happened this time, because these bears were really hungry, like that, because they use sea ice to hunt seals, and the seals weren't caught up on the ice like the bears were. And so it ended up that all the bears that showed up in different areas of South Greenland had to be dispatched. And normally bear hunting is usually there's 6 bears that can be hunted per year. And because they had to do this, these bears that they had to dispatch this past year count as part of that quota. So for last year and this year, there's no bear hunting. And when I say 6 bears, that means 6 bears for the entire country. That's how limited it is, because they're endangered. But unfortunately, when they come into human civilization, there's not much they can do about that. So anyway, the meat got eaten by the locals, and all the skins are sitting in Great Greenland. So I don't know exactly if the community just voted on, let's just send a skin to Great Greenland and let them deal with what to do with it. I don't know exactly, or if they're going to use it to raise funds. I don't know. But currently there's several of them in there right now. I also saw several new muskox skins in there this go around. Cynthia says, I'm trying to organize and pack a room while I hang out with y'all. And then Joy T says, yeah, I don't like the way the back of the fabric came out after looking them over again. Only 4, but I won't go to PO until next week. And then Joy T says, hey Robin, how you doing? Hey Joy T. Greenland sounds so interesting. I love hearing about it. It is very interesting. And it's so beautiful. That should have. Oh, okay. I thought I had done something wrong here. What's the definition of this? Denise wants to know what the definition of dispatch. It's a nicer word for using the K word. Or it's a nicer way of putting it instead of saying in them or use the KILL word. Because some people are sensitive when you use that word. So dispatch is the newest thing the hunters use when they're talking about deer hunting and other things. I watched several homestead channels that do deer hunting and hog hunting, and that's what they're calling it, is dispatching. And then processing means butchering. So let's see how many of y'all know the answer to this. When we're talking about the tannery, one of the things I like to ask tourists is, what is the first thing that happened, the very first thing that occurs that nature does when an animal passes away? What's the first process? And no, I'm not talking about rigor mortis or the heart stopping. I'm talking about when the animal is gone, any animal, including humans. What's the first thing that nature starts doing? Let's see who knows the answer to this. Because we talk about this because there's a time frame of from the time that the animal is from the time the animal passes to getting the skin off of them. Should the hunter decide they're going to sell the skin instead of use it, if they wait too long, this first thing that happens with when animals die, yes, Linda got the answer. That's right. That's the first thing that happens. And so there's a time frame of when you get skin off your animal and you've made the decision to sell it to Great Greenland. It has to be put into this container with fluid that stops decomp. Because if you wait too long, the skin will turn yellow. Nope, decomposition is it. That's the first thing the body starts to do, is decompose. I'm amazed at how many don't know that that's the first process. The bugs and everything else come afterwards, after the first, after decomp starts. So you got the answer right. All right. If this didn't do it right, okay, that's much better. All right, next one to the iron. Okay. Now then, let me see what we can play around with here. Hang on a minute, I'm going to press these two blocks. Okay, so that one's already done. Okay. This one looks okay. Brought it up is because when you're tanning skin, there's processes that it goes through each process, and hunting is and skin is the byproduct of that. And so you have a certain period of time that if you're going to use the skin for clothing and stuff, you have to get it into this solution. And so that's technically the first process. And then when all that's shipped down to the tannery here in our town, I take the tourist in what we call the wet room, and in the wet rooms where certain processes occur there. And then I walk them out. There's several processes. You have processes going from the hunter, then it arrives here. Fat is peeled off the back of the skin, then it's salted, then it's put into a solution, and then it sits in the solution. Hey, John. John says, I just found out I wasn't subscribed. So strange. Yeah, I've been noticing that there's been unsubscribing going on, and I don't know why. It's weird. But anyway, so that first process, which is the wet room, you have the fat being peeled off the back of the skin, then it goes into a salt solution, then it goes from the salt solution to a different kind of solution, and then it can sit in there for 30, the minimum is 30 days in that solution to start the tanning process. But if the market is down during that time frame, they can also let all those seal skins sit for up to 2 years in that solution. Then it's taken out of that solution and put into this huge tumbling washing machines. And they do the first wash, and then they hang it up for it to dry, and then it goes from there to another department where they stretch the skin on racks for the rest, and then these racks are sent through this machine that finishes the tanning process. And during the tanning process, I think it takes 2 hours for that part of it. Then it comes out, then they take a rotary cutter and trim the outer edges like you would fabric when it's spraying. They do that. Then they put it in another washing, dry, wash, dry, wash, dry. And then it goes through this really huge dry cleaning machine. And that it goes through that process. And then it's moved to the next destination of where they take irons with some type of solution, and they press the skins, and it makes it even more softer. So when you run your hand across the skins, it's so soft. Oh my God. And then it goes from there to a table where they grade it A to F. And then from there, they get these stickers that goes on the back, because each grouping of seal skins that come like in one container, all these seal skins in the one container are kept together. They're never separated from each other. And they go through all the processes together, and then they get stickers on the back. So it's kind of like when you go to the store and you buy yarn, you know, the sleeves that come on the yarn, and it has a description of the dye lot number, the color number, where it was manufactured, when it was manufactured, who manufactured it. It's the same thing with the skin. These stickers are put on the back of it with all this information. So say you come in and you want to make your own jacket, and you buy two skins, and then you get home and you're working on the jacket, and you discover that you need another one. So you can take that sticker, go back up to Great Greenland and say, I need another one of these, and they can pull it off the shelf. So it's really interesting how they keep everything organized during each process. Yeah, everybody might want to check their subscribing stuff, because I have noticed that it's been it's like every time I get a couple of new subscriptions, then I lose those same amount of subscriptions. It's very strange. I just think it's because their bot does weird things. Oh, now we're hot. Babe, don't forget we got to go to Stark next week. Okay, now let me see here. I want to measure these blocks, or at least one of them. I just want to make sure I'm still staying right on task with it. Yep, they're 12.5. YouTuber made some minor changes. I think that's what triggers glitches. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's okay, John. I'm not upset. I'm glad you discovered that. I mean, I actually, I didn't know, I don't know if you guys know this, but when you subscribe to our channels, we can actually see when you subscribe to our channel and how long you've been subscribed. It's inside of our YouTube studio. And you can scroll. Mine's so long now because I have 4,300 people subscribed to my channel now, so it would take a long time to just scroll through all of them. But it'll show when they've subscribed. It'll also show if you're subscribed to their channel. It shows that, and if you haven't, there's a button where you can click on it and actually subscribe to someone else's channel when you're going through it. Robin says, I went through this last month. Terry says, I like the way it comes out. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is, now I know this is 12.5. I'm going to cut some sashings and go ahead and put sashing. First I need to cut sashing that's 12.5 to go on one side. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to cut it a little bit longer because I'm using 1 inch sashing, which breaks it down to a 1/2 inch before it's over with. And I want to cut on the other side because I discovered by doing it this way instead of doing one long one, these blocks line up with the hourglass blocks much better. Thank you, Carrie. So anyway, I have 3 of these that we can go ahead and put sashing on 2 sides. So I'm going to turn them the way I want them to be turned so that when I put the sashing on, they're already facing the direction because I have a solid, you'll see that like through this block right here, there's pink running all the way through here. Just one set right here. This one has dark color running through the middle. And then this one, it has, uh-oh, I said one of these on wrong. Oh no. Leave it up to me. Hey, I'm gonna leave it. And you'll see there's partly, this block should have been down here and this one should be up there. Oops. And I could take this out and switch them. That way I have that turquoise strip running down the middle right here. And I might do that because that would definitely be okay with me. Are you going to name it Katie's? Yeah, I'm probably going to call it either Katie's. The creative chaos is actually a great name since that got the highest number. Are y'all still happy with it being called that, Katie's creative chaos? Because I think that's the name we're going to call it. Because it's about time I started giving this quilt top a name. It would be a quick flip is all. Yeah, I could just take it out, flip it. Yeah, or just take one side out, flip it around. Yeah. And that's probably what I'll end up doing is get it flipped. That's right. Yeah, I just need to just take that whole row out and flip it. I just sewed it on. I don't even have to take it apart. I just flip it like you said. Yep, I just sewed it on here wrong. I think I will do that. So let's do that first. All right, so we have a quilt name for this, and it's going to be called Katie's Creative Chaos. And it's because we're making this Scrappy out of charm packs. But I wanted to show you guys something. I know I'm getting sidetracked here for a minute. I was going through something and I stumbled across I found some blocks that look like this. So those are going to get added. See there? I'm going to add those. And I also found I had some more charm squares right here. I must have used some of these for something because they were cut as 5-inch blocks. So I have some of this color right here that I can add in there. Hi, Pam. Yeah, I'm going to rip it out and turn it. Then there's some solids here, which I'll save them for something else. But then look at here. We have this color. It can be added to this assorted colorfulness. Look at the red. And then there's yellow. And these are crimps. So these were part of a charm pack that I used for something else. Then there's this dark color. So I'm going to add them to my little, and then there's this bluish purple color. So these are going to also get added to the collection of making this, making more blocks. All right, let's get this ripped out. Very pretty. Thank you, Linda. Yeah, it won't take long to rip this out and turn it around. How you doing, Pam? What you been working on this week? It was fun meeting fellow sewers today again. That was out of the bigger group I had this afternoon, which was I had 30 in that one group. Out of that 30, there were 7 of them that were quilters. So it was lots of fun getting, especially when I got to show them the design wall inside the sewing room where they take seal and design different things. And there's a star. I can't think of the name of the star, but it was pieced and out of different colors of sealskin pieces, scrap pieces. And when you look at the back, it's so pristine. Have the oops built right in, says John. I think the chaos should be let as is. Oh, yeah, good. But I want to turn it. Because it's already very much chaos. I kind of have something in my brain because I have that one diagonal line going down each of these blocks where they're the same. They're similar in color, but they're not the same color, put it that way. And in my head, I think I know what kind of effect that's going to show on the quilt top as I start sewing the pieces together. But I think I'm either going to do 6 across or either 7 across because I want it to be big enough that it can lay flat on my bed or lay, drape over the side of the bed, so, which is a queen size bed. So, and these blocks are quite big. So, and I have plenty of charm squares to make this size quilt. So what is everybody, those that haven't, just getting in here, just in the last few minutes, what have you been working on this week? And also share with us what accomplishments that you've accomplished from January to the end of August, because believe we have 4 months left in 2025. And I just cannot believe that we're 4 months away from New Year's. Pam says, I've been trying to clear my cutting table, cutting and sorting scraps, really want to make some kits up so that I can just sit and sew, but very overwhelmed since my move in March. I can relate about the being overwhelmed. And I'm going to be feeling very overwhelmed when we start taking everything out of the sewing room and getting all the glass out. Monday, I'll be buying some plastic totes. And as I clean stuff, they're going into the totes, and then the totes are going to go into the cold room. And then we're going to finish ripping that whole room apart. We have to take the carpet out and roll it up because we can't get the glass out of it because it's too much of it. And so that's going to have to go to the landfill, which is going to be sad because that means I'll have to buy a new carpet. And it was just an area rug that I like using up underneath my desk. And so we'll probably be hunting for a new one. And I keep what it is we have heated flooring, and I like having the carpet between me and the floor in the sewing room. Plus, it's easier on Nora that she can lay on the carpet and not get as hot. Cynthia says, "Oh shoot, that means I'm less than 4 months away from Christmas. I don't even want to think about Christmas yet. But at least Nikolai's going to be home for Christmas. That's a good thing for this year." Looked like the camera kind of stalled for a minute. Hi, Joe. How are you? Maybe it might be the thumbtacks. John says, right. I hear you. I use my brain as a storyboard and planning board, but then I get a headache. Yeah, I need to start when I start having this stuff in my head of what I want it to look like. I need to start actually drawing it out in a notepad. That way it's right there, it becomes a visual of what I'm trying to accomplish anyway. And I've already been thinking about what I want to do for next year's sew along. And I think that I really think I know this is not a fancy pattern or whatever you want to call it, but I'm thinking that I would really like to start another project where we're using what we already have in our stash, which it could be another charm thing, or we could mix and match where we're doing charm and layer cake together. And those of you who don't have charm packs in your stash, but might have fat quarters, you could work from that type of stash. I'm still trying to decide what I am going to go through and see if there's any written patterns that will work within that, or I might just design something interesting. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. So, because this is my second quilt top that I've designed in my head. Last year we did the floating tetras. I don't know if y'all remember that or not. But in December for New Year's Eve, I'll break out the floating tetras so you can be refreshed on what it looks like. My son wants me to make him a tetras quilt top or quilt. And there's not too much work to make in tetras. Melissa says, I've been unpacking and doing laundry and hoping for a chance to go to my sewing room today. Maybe I can go quilt after the junior senior parent meeting I have to go to at the school tonight. Oh, your kids are getting close to getting ready for graduating. Congratulations. Now let's make sure we got this going in the right way this time. There we go. There's what I was looking for. I just accidentally put it on here on the wrong side. John, what have you been working on? So those of you who are making quilty stuff, if you had to guess how many things you've made this year that will be finished by New Year's Eve, what's your estimate of projects that and they don't have to be completely finished. It can be a quilt top, a handbag, whatever, or I mean a bag. How many projects do you think you will have done the whole year? What are the sizes people cut? I can't seem to find patterns for my true mismatch scraps. the way I've been doing it is if I have like big chunks that like from a fat quarter or something, and if I can get 1 10-inch square from the leftover of that, then I'll do that first. If not, then I go to the next size down, which is usually um an 8-inch maybe, and then I make 5-inch ones, and then from there I whatever's left, if it's big enough, I'll go down to 2.5 inch, and then anything smaller than that depends on if it's in rectangle, like in strips. If it's 2.5-inch strips left over, then I leave them as a strip because I can always sew 2 strips together to make 4 patch blocks if I want. And then in the really small ones, I have a container that has like little 1-inch blocks in them. I have a container that has 1.5-inch blocks. Then I also have a container that has strips that are 2.5-inch strips, and also 2-inch strips and 1.5-inch strips. Because you can always use those as sashing for things. John says it was a bagging sewing machine chain stitch that was sold to companies for their machines custom order. I think that is why you couldn't buy it from Singer Direct and not listed. Oh. Robin says, Pam, Tiffany's Quilting Life is a channel that makes scrap quilts all the time, and she does videos on how to do the scraps. Yes, she does. I guess I should make a video on how I store my scraps. Maybe that's something that I can do in January, is make a video, because I'll be I'm hoping, if everything goes well, y'all might get to see me back in the sewing room before the end of the year. Only we're going to call it the craft room, because it's also going to have Nikolai's Legos in there too. And also, one of the things we're planning on doing while he's home this go around is we're rearranging things in the other half of the living room, so that we can set up 2 long tables. And Nikolai's going to build his 17 trains and put all the tracks together and put them on we'll put 2 long tables side by side with their butt up to each other. And he's going to put all of that together and build his train system. And hopefully, once he's got them all together, then you guys can see it on a live. You should. We all love seeing one another's ideas. John says they refurbished for Singer and resold them, maybe. Okay, cool. How some got sued by Singer and others didn't. That's wow. Yes. Tiffany's Quilting Life. Hang on a minute. I might actually hang on. Let me see if I have her in the bot, because I think I do. There's Tiffany's link. Do you guys know? I don't know if any of you guys use label makers or not, but do they make label makers these days where you can use a USB plug-in for them these days instead of a regular plug? Does anybody know the answer to that? Because I want to buy a label maker for my plastic container. Me too, Helen. I found her channel because of Becca. I found Becca's channel because of Yvette Renee. I'm trying to think how I got involved with Ian's channel. I think I stumbled onto his channel through someone else's channel that wasn't Becca. It was someone else. Can't remember. It's too long ago now. Tiffany has it going on, let me tell you. I've never seen anyone who can sew as fast as she does and get a quilt top done in a live. It's amazing. Still so too slow. I'm thinking about when I come to the United States, I'm going to bring my Sugary Dew quilt with me so that I can find the right backing for it. And then while I'm still in the States, get it quilted. And then when I come back with it, all I have to do is get the binding on it, and I'll finally be able to get a really great picture of it. My pride and joy, because that was my first finished quilt top that was of that magnitude of skills, you know, different skills involved in it, making it. Especially those dadgum delta triangles that like to make me, I almost quit over them. Okay. All right, now I'm happy because it's the way I wanted it to look. Okay. So let me get it pressed back out and then I'll show it to you. And then I'm going to cut sashing and sew on two sides. All right. Okay. Now you see the turquoise running down the diagonal there? Okay. Now it's going the way I wanted it to go. This is the only part that's organized. It's just that one diagonal line. Everything else is mix and match. Tried to make sure no same color was sitting next to each other. I'm sure that at some point I'll probably see something I missed. You know how it is with your eyeballs. You don't see it until it's hanging up and you take a picture of it and then you're like, uh-oh, I still had a color right next to another one. Okay. All right, let me set these aside. I'm going to cut two that are 12.5 inch, and then I'm going to have to remeasure the block again so that I can measure the sashing, because the other side will be a bit longer. Oh, and I need to take off the selvage. Forgot to do that. So this is 1 inch sashing I'm using. Sherry of Sherry Yurton, My Quilting World. She used 1.5 inch for her sashing because she's also sewing these blocks. I'm not sure what size sashing Andrea is using on hers. Which the first sugary do, Melissa? The very first one that she did the sew along with, the sugary do Bernina one. Yeah, same here, Pam. I try not to do a lot of cutting on lives because I will make so many mistakes. Carrie says, laugh out loud. I can sew fast, accurately, just not both at the same time. Yeah. I don't know that I want to sew too fast because I would make too many mistakes and end up having to rip it out anyway. All right, let's get this cut for 12 inches. I need to move my keyboard a little bit. Oh. I know this is unconventional doing it like this, but I figured instead of me going to the table to cut it, I'll just do it right here. All right, need one more. No, we need three more. I'm just trimming these down to the size I need. No, wait, I can't do that because we need to put them on. So I'm not going to cut this yet because I need to measure. I was about to make a boo-boo. Okay, let me move some of this stuff out of the way. And I need to press this seam or the crease out of this one. Move my ruler. All right. Okay. So I'm going to sew one on one side to start with, because when we press this open, then I have to remeasure to determine how long the next sashing is going to be. Exactly. Slowing down saves me time because I do less ripping. Yep. And the less ripping we do, the better. If you have a channel, don't forget to type exclamation Sophie to share your channel. Joe wants to know how everybody's doing. I'm good. I was really tired when I got home this afternoon from tour guiding, but that little nap and taking medicine for pain really helped. I took about a, babe, Essa, I think it's about 2 hour nap I took, something like that. Give Katie a thumbs up. Thank you, Robin. Yep, y'all hit that thumbs up like button, please. Uh-oh, we got to. And the little things like hitting that thumbs up button helps our channel a lot. And y'all talking in the chat, I don't know if you know this or not, but the more you talk in the chat, which they call engagement, that also counts toward making our channel a bit stronger. So there's a couple things I'm learning about this channel thing. Number one is having the watch hours and the viewership and the engagement are more important actually than, I know you're going to be shocked when I say this, is more important than actually having subscriptions, which I think is pretty interesting. But the subscriptions do matter, especially when you're trying to monetize. Hey, Kevin, welcome. For those of you, I don't know if you remember from my live the other day, but I took y'all over and showed you Kevin's channel, Tuber Chat. Tuber Chat is a connect and grow channel to help smaller channels grow. And by becoming part of his channel, he will promote your channel, and you get to know other people who are in the group, part of the channel. And before you know it, they're coming to watch your lives. You're watching their lives. Some of us share playlists with one another so that we can get watch hours for our channels. It's one of the ways for networking to help your channel become a bit stronger platform-wise. Thank you for coming in, Kevin. All right, we got this one pinned. So now let's get this next one done the same way. Yeah. All right, so let's pin this next one. I'm gonna turn it around, and then we're gonna put this next sashing on. Kevin is really good at his channel, and it really has helped I've met a lot of really cool people because of Kevin's channel. Now all we got to do is teach me how to make emojis for my memberships. Because right now my membership doesn't have any emojis, not hardly anyway. I have to learn how to make those so that those paid members can have their own emojis. It's a way of saying thank you and paying it forward. Rita's in here? Ah, hey, Rita. Good to see you. Are you feeling any better? I hope you are. I need to get you back up here on the Zoom with me on lives. I miss having you to talk to. You know, you're kind of like missing in action right now. We all miss you. Y'all are gonna, yeah. Kevin says, sending the first 3 emojis to your email now. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. I'm excited about getting them uploaded to the YouTube channel so that they can use it. Melissa says, okay, I just subscribed to Tuber Chat. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, it'll help your channel grow, Melissa. And you'll get to know a lot of good people in there, other channel creators. Kevin gives a lot of great suggestions and advice that helps your channel as well. I've learned a lot of things from him. I've also met some really wonderful people, and I we share watch playlists with one another, and we watch each other's playlists to get, you know. And this is very strange what's going on here with this one, but it should be okay. Okay, but it's been wonderful getting to know everyone. Rita, how's everything with the rain out? Is it raining in Arizona? Rita says, nope, not here, just your imagination. Mm-hmm. At least you're being funny. Yeah, if you've never been to let me find Kevin's link. Rita says, rain. What rain? I hadn't heard it was raining in Arizona. Hello, everyone. Let's see here. Tuber chat. Let's share Kevin's channel. Oh, wait, you mean the flying dust, she says. Oh, at least you can look at it with some, make a joke of it. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to share it in the chat. Okay, here is Kevin's channel. Yeah, that sounds good. Kevin. Yep, that will work. I heard about the dust storm. Something about that they grounded air flights because of it. Rita says we are in the top of monsoon season, so getting excessive amount of dust storms. It is wild watching it. So they call dust storms a monsoon. I didn't know that. But yeah, Kevin, that'll be great. I would love it if we could find a narwhal emoji somewhere. That would look really cool. Daughter's picking me up. Chat later. All right. Have a great day, Pam. Thank you for dropping in. So I'm pinning this. So as you can see, we're working on these 3 blocks right now, and I'm about to finish pinning this last sashing on this, or this one sashing on this last block. Then we'll sew that, and then I will measure it, and we'll cut the sashing for the rest of it. And wow, this is being so weird. What kind of whale? A narwhal. I don't know if you can find one of those or not. The narwhals are the ones that has that big lump. Some people call it a horn, but it's actually a tooth. But if not, humpback whale would work. Any whale would work, actually. Except for orcas. Orcas are not native to this area. They're finding their way this way, but they're not native to us. Oh, monsoon season is just the time of the year. We get massive windstorms. Sky Harbor was closed a couple of days due to the storms coming with flooding rain. Wow. So does the sand, Rita, does the sand happen at the same time it's raining or no? I know that might sound like a dumb question. How can it have sand and rain at the same time? Okay. The dust storms have their own name called haboobs. Yes, it does, Katie. Okay. I did not know that. Wow. Where did the name Haboob come from, Rita? Do you know the answer to that? That's something I'm going to have to look up. Ooh, let's get a needle. All right. The haboobs have a large wall of flying dust that can go up to 6,000 feet. Dang, that's into the atmosphere itself. As you can see, I'm sewing one side on here of the sashing, and then, like I said, I'll get that pressed open, and then we'll measure it, and we'll add to the other side, because I'm only putting sashing on two sides. And then I can start picking out the hourglasses I want to use on these 3 blocks and start sewing them together. And I'll also have to cut sashing for 2 sides of the cornerstone block. And then I'll have 3 more blocks for this quilt top. Okay. Have fun, everyone. Hopping off for family stuff. Have a good evening, Carrie. Thank you for coming in. From the Arabic word hab, meaning wind or blow. Okay. So I was wondering if it was an Arabic word or not. So I probably am saying it all wrong on top of it. You know me. Well, any of us English speaking people assume that it's said the way I was saying it. Probably isn't. All right. Let's get these pressed or finger pressed first, and then I'm going to take it over to the iron and iron them. I mean, press them, sorry. All right. Did you get a wall of dust? John's asking Rita. I'm excited about going off for the weekend to go fishing. I hope we get some nice sized salmon. I'm sure we will. We always do. Melissa, did you unpack yet? Asked Joe. And I got to go get a different ruler because now this is bigger than my 12-inch ruler. Okay. All right. Let's get one of these measured so I'll know how long these sashings need to be. And it looks like I'm going to have to cut some sashing. Hey, babe. Let me clear off one spot where I can cut some of this because I need some more strips. Because I'm not going to have enough. Okay, let's get this measured. So now this is 12 3/4. So I will need to cut the next set of sashings to be 12 3/4. Go ahead and cut this first one at least. Okay. Go ahead and get this one was trimmed off. This, no. What, babe? Big pile of stuff. All right, this one I've already done. So now let's get this selvage off of this one. And then I will cut these. Y'all probably noticed I have a band-aid on the finger that I cut 5 months ago. This finger. I cut my finger again in the same spot, doing the same thing I cut when I cut it the first time I cut it 5 months ago. So this looks like this is going to be a problematic thing for me. I've got to figure out, I think it's something to do with my eyesight maybe a little bit, and I don't know, got to figure out something because I can't keep doing this. I haven't been able to take it out of a band-aid since yesterday because every time I do, it starts bleeding again, which really sucks. I was trying to cut the hip off the chicken thigh and caught my finger in the crossfire again, same spot. So I'm going to have to come up with a different idea of how to get the hip bone off without cutting myself every time I do it. I honestly believe it's something to do with how I see things. Okay, I need to turn this around. And we're going to have this one trimmed a little bit because I noticed it's not straight. So I'm making it straight. Okay, now we have sashing for the other side of these 3 blocks. So what I'm going to do here is now I'm going to put the sashing on the top here. And it's going to go corner to corner. Let me see here. You can make a hand guard from a plastic bottle. I don't know how you're going to do that while trying to stick a knife in between the hip bone of the chicken and the chicken thigh. Because that's where, what I'm trying to do is cut the hip off and away from the chicken thigh. And that's where I keep cutting myself. And I don't like leaving the hip on it because I just don't like leaving the hip on it. I like giving the hip part of it to, I like giving it uncooked to my dog instead of us trying to, because it ends up getting wasted when you cook it, unless you use it for bone broth. So I don't know. There's something I got to figure out. Get a kitchen glove, says Noreen. Or those kitchen gloves work wonders. They are great. What kind of kitchen glove are you talking about? I have cut-proof gloves for my rotary cutting that I never wear. Yeah, I would never wear them cutting with a rotary cutter either because I'm a tactile person. But I do need to figure out a way around cutting myself because I can't keep cutting myself in the same spot. I mean, the first cut I don't think's really healed properly, and it hurts all the time, which means it probably has some kind of tissue in there that I think I might have cut my tendon the first go around. And that might be why it still hurts. Or I hit a nerve, or I cut a nerve that's giving me a fit. I don't know what it is. John says Kevlar glove. Cynthia says the zipper foot is not my friend when I use it. I end up trying to sew my finger into the project. Oh boy, that she's sewing. If only they could make a zipper foot that protects my fingers. I know what you mean. I haven't stuck a needle through my finger, but you know the screw part that's on the right side of the needle where you fasten the needle in place. I've had my finger bumped by that, and that actually smarts because I had my finger in the darn way. Kevlar. If you have a channel and you haven't shared your channel, type exclamation selfie and share your channel. You're more than welcome to do that in my channel. You cut a tendon or a nerve, Katie, go to the doctor. Yeah, it's been like this for 5 months, and I forgot to talk to the doctor about it the other day. Because I don't feel like whatever's going on there, and you could feel a knot from that original cut. It's like sticks up. So I don't know what the deal is. I think I cut a tendon. And because I wouldn't go to the emergency room and get it stitched, this, you know. And now I've recut part of it again. So, me and knives. But I see the doctor again in a couple of weeks because they're doing more blood work. They did some blood work already, but now that she's ordered more blood work. Oh, speaking of doctor, y'all want to know what the doctor said? I don't know how, I know I said something about it the other day, but I don't know how many of you were there when I was talking about it. Because y'all know I've been having some tests done. Hi, everyone says, let's see, living and crafting with MS is Alex, I think. Hi, Alex. Rita says, I can't say much since I don't go to the doctors much either. Yeah, I really didn't want to go sit in the emergency room and bleed all over the dang place. Not my idea of fun. Emojis and badges should be there now. Thank you. Hang on, let me go look. Did you send it? What email did you send it to, Kevin? To my Living Greenland one? Or to the Kimmikins one? Yep, I found it. It was in my spam folder. Naughty email account. Now, how do I put this back in? All right, we want to move this to my inbox.
Not spam.
Yeah, it's sitting in spam right now, which it shouldn't be. I don't know why it done that. Probably because it's got pictures in it. Conversation moved to inbox. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Kevin. Oh, look, honey. Come see the emoji. It's cute. The narwhal. Aw. And a polar bear. And another type of whale. Awesome, huh?
Yep.
That's awesome. I can't wait to get them uploaded to my YouTube channel so that members can have it. Thank you so much, Kevin. They are so cool. John says, I only heard you were getting checked, didn't hear what the deal is yet. Kevin says, I'm the spam master. I love them. Thank you so much. Wait till you guys see them. They are adorable. Okay, so here's where we are on the doctor stuff. As you know, I had blood work done, a urinalysis done, which they lost. So I'm having to do that over again. My chest x-rays came back and there's nothing extra going on that wasn't already there. So the doctor said there's nothing to worry about as far as I don't have any extra things happening with my lungs. Yeah, so a-okay for that as far as being normal for me with the mess I have with my lungs. Okay. My blood work, the blood work they did do, because she's pulling more blood work right now. I have to do more blood work next week. I came back with a B12 deficiency, and that would explain why I'm tired all the time and why I'm having there's side effects that a deficiency causes. Like that's probably why my fingers and hands have been itching, or my hands been itching, and so have my feet for no reason, just itch. And that is actually a symptom of the B12 deficiency. Hey, sissy, look who's in the channel, honey. He doesn't hear me. He's got headphones on. So that's one of the things they found in my blood work. They tested for diabetes and heart stuff, and that all came back negative. I'm not diabetic at all, which I knew that's what it's been being so far. So thank goodness for that. But she is pulling more blood work to check my liver to determine, make sure that my liver or my kidneys aren't the cause of my B deficiency, and some other stuff that she's testing for as well. So we'll see what the blood work does. Comes back on that. So it'll be another few weeks, at least 3 weeks before we'll know the results of that, plus redoing the urinalysis again. And the doctor says, you tell the lab that I will be angry if they lose your urinalysis again. So I'm like, okay, I'll tell them, but you know. So that's where I am. And so they put me on B12 as a prescription that I have to take every day. And we'll see how, and then she said they will check my B12 again after I've been on the medicine for about a month and see where the levels are, see if it's improved or if they're going to have to do something else. Hugs and kisses to you both. I'll make sure to do that, sissy. So that's where I'm at on my test so far. Hey, honey, Asa, go tell daddy. Go get daddy. Go get daddy. Hang on a minute, guys. Asa, Myra and John say hello.
Hi. I was listening to music.
Labs a no comment. May 2024. 4 times lab messed up my blood work. Yeah, it's she said that she had liver test and kidney, and there was no, they must not have done what they were supposed to do. So she wasn't very happy. So she told me to tell the lab to make sure they get the stuff done. I don't know that me badgering them will get anything done. She might need to go outside. Bill gives me a monthly shot in my buttocks for B12. Yeah. You never know. They might end up having to do that. But it explains when I looked up B12 deficiency, it's unbelievable some of the things it affects. It affects your joints. It affects you feeling tired all the time. I'm not anemic, so thank goodness for that. Did you guys know that having a B12 deficiency also can affect your mental health? I didn't know that.
Oh.
So I'm really happy about the results of my lungs. At least now I know that nothing else is going on other than the usual stuff that's been going on. Very happy about that. I was worried because, you know, I've been having that pain back here in my rib and thought maybe something else was going on with my lungs. But that still doesn't explain the pain that I'm having in my rib. So I don't know. Could someone mention asking the doctor to check my gallbladder too? So we might want to do that since it's on that side. But aren't all of us quilters and project people mental anyway? Yeah. Myra says, won't be here tomorrow. Have football game for I'm not going to be here either tomorrow, Myra. Me and Nikolai are going off grid. And we are leaving tomorrow around 1 o'clock. And we won't be back until sometime Sunday afternoon. We are going salmon fishing. Okay, I've got all 3 of these pinned on. Now I'm going to sew this side. Then we'll press it open and I'll have 2 sides done. And then the next thing I'm going to do is start laying out my hourglasses and determine which one I'm going to use for each of the bed. In your bed. Here's your ball. Here. Get your ball. Nora, right here. Get your ball. Get in your bed. Go on. So Nora is going to be spending the weekend with at my boss's house, and her 2 old daughters are going to take care of Nora while we're gone this weekend because Hanifa, my usual dog sitter, house sitter, is in Denmark right now. So this will be interesting for Nora because she'll be going to someone else's house. I hope nothing happens while I'm gone. Let's get these other 2. I remember salmon fishing in Eagle River in Alaska from the banks or in waters. We will be laying it's not exactly a drag line. It's more like a long net that's attached to buoys, and he stretches them across the area where we're going to be at. And then they have something that weighs down the bottom half of the net. And when they're coming into the area where we're going to be at, they'll get caught in the net. Although I might ask to use the fishing pole to, or the reeling rod, and see what I can catch on a reeling rod, just for fun. I definitely know we'll probably be hiking at least one of those days while the fishing's going on. It depends on how much fish we catch. The last time I went with them salmon fishing, we had put the net down, and 2 hours later it was full of salmon. It happened so fast. We also got to see a eagle fledgling. He wasn't the least bit scared of us. He was sitting up on the bank. His mother must have been out hunting. He was just sitting up there looking at us while we were on the boat cleaning salmon. And then Ellie took the salmon bits and put it up on the bank where he was at. He didn't know how to eat it because he was used to his mother feeding him his food. So I'm sure that when we left the area, Mom was down there feeding that salmon to him. I don't know if it was a male or female fledgling though. I don't know how you tell the difference. Because the fledglings are all brown. They don't have any white on them. The mature Greenlandic eagle has white tails, white on the tail and on the feathers, the wings. I use those nets to get minnows. Can't use them legally here in Canada, says John. Yeah, this is a specific kind of net that they're allowed to use here. They don't police Greenlanders much because Greenlanders don't overfish. They get what their family needs for the winter, and that's it. Share your channel link so that, yeah, type exclamation Sophie and share your channel, y'all. Yeah, the net is probably about 12 feet long, I think, something like that. I'm not sure how wide it is. I've never thought to ask Torben that. But he has these things all attached to it, and him and Nikolai will get in the dinghy tomorrow and stretch that net out. And then the fishing will commence. And you can tell there's these bobbin things that he attaches to the net, and you'll see it moving when the fish are getting caught in the net. And when it goes underwater, it means the whole net's full of fish. Torben has a fishing license, but I'm not sure if you have a. I don't think you have to. I would have to ask him about the net part of it, whether you have to have a different license for using a net. Because I don't think so, because he's made his own crab pots too, and he made some big ones this go around to catch northern Atlantic crab. I'm not so big on the crab. I'll eat it, but I don't, yeah, I could do without it too. Okay, that one done. Now we'll get this one, and then we'll press it with a hot iron, and then we'll start laying out the hourglasses that I'm gonna put on two sides of this. Is this a river, bay, or open water? This is in a fjord. Where we're at, you go into the fjord, and then there's like smaller portions of the fjord that kind of break into smaller areas, and this one's like a circle more or less, and there's actually a river that runs into the mouth of that area, and so I'll be filming the river itself because there's some beautiful waterfalls, small waterfall, not big ones, and yeah, so it's a really nice area, and the mountains are so beautiful all around that area, plus there's icebergs in the water. It's a really nice scenic way to spend the night. And we'll be there 2 nights in a row. Save crab when I visit. Okay. Uh-oh, the laptop is melting my chocolate bar. Sissy, did you want to hop on the Zoom with me? Okay. I just saw, oh, there they are. Okay. Now I need a design board. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this design board up here, and I'm going to go through my hourglasses and see what I want to use for both sides of this block and for the cornerstone block. So let's lay this first one out. I'm going to try to get this where you can see what I'm doing. All right. Nico could eat the other colors, huh? Save all the, okay. John says, Katie, if you want to cast rod for salmon, use a red gummy bear half for bait. Mimics the red eggs they have. They eat those right about now that float downstream. Oh, didn't know that. There's plus side too. You need to eat the other colors, laugh out loud. Okay, let's see what I can dig out of my stack of hourglasses. Okay, so I'm going to use this one as the cornerstone. Now there's going to be a sashing in between right here because this will be my cornerstone. Okay. All right. Now then, let's see if this one works for me. Then we're going to do a red over here. No, I don't want to use that one. Nope, nope. Let's try this one. That will work. So remember, this is Scrappy. And then I can use the yellow down here. And we'll use this. No. What about this one? Yeah, that one would work. Okay. All right. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'll sew these three here together. This will be one strip. These three down here on this side will be sewn together. And then I'm going to cut two small sections and sew on two sides. Then we'll join this all together as one piece. And then I will sew this across the top. Well, first I'll put this on the side first. Then we'll sew this across the top. And then we'll have a block that's 16 3/4. We always fished with salmon. We always fished with salmon eggs. A fjord is like a bay. No, it's not. Let me see what the definition of a fjord is. Because it's not the same thing as a bay, I don't think. Because we have a lot of fjords here in Greenland. A fjord is a long, narrow, deep inlet of the sea between high cliffs, as in Norway, typically formed by submergence of glaciated valleys. That's what a fjord is. There's more here. It's a deep, narrow, and elongated sea or lake drain with steep land on three sides. The opening toward the sea is called the mouth of the fjord, and it's often shallow. The fjord's inner part is called the sea bottom. If the geological formation is wider than it is long, it is not a fjord. There's your answer. Okay, so what I'm going to do is start sewing. Sew these three together first. Sew these three together, and then I will cut, measure this corner block and cut two pieces of sashing for two sides, this side and this side. Okay. And then, yeah, then we're going to sew the whole block together. Okay, so let me set that aside for now, and I'll go ahead and start working on these first. That Robin says that block is awesome, Katie. And John says it is, Robin, very colorful. Love it. Thank you. I've been having fun doing this, and this is all from charm packs I have had forever. It's definitely going to be a very, very scrappy quilt. And the name of this quilt is going to be called Katie's Creative Chaos. We have come up with a name for it that everybody voted on. I need to let Andrea know we've got a name for it now. I'm glad y'all are loving it. Thank you. Later Gators, after a while, Crocodile. I love that one. It's an excellent scrap buster. Yes, it is. And then Alex says that that's a great name. Thank you. That's compliments of everybody who's been following. Someone texted me. Linda says, back from dinner and dishes. Your quilt is going to be so cute. Love it. Thank you. I'm enjoying making it for sure. I like it. Beautiful colors. Thank you. I've tried to make this so long fun because you know, I know that some people have difficulty doing scrappy quilts because they prefer organization, but there's still, you can organize all these colors the way you want. I just I'm just one of these people. I don't mind mixing it up and making it look crazy. She says, I love it. Beautiful colors. Can you imagine if I did one of these in batiks, what that would look like? It would be so colorful too. These seams are about to get very thick. Now we're going to sew this next two together over here on this side. Cynthia says, I'm back. Did you miss me? Laugh out loud. Linda says, I don't really leave the house much, so joining a guild wouldn't be my thing. I appreciate the Zoom platform. Thank you for bringing us together, Katie. Oh, you're welcome. And thank you for being part of this community. I appreciate all of y'all. I've made so many new friends by having this channel, and I appreciate all of y'all so much. So what I'm trying to do is make sure that I get my points lined up here. I have 3 shoe boxes full of 2.5-inch squares, says Robin. Well, you see what you can do with that with this. Because when you cut them from 5-inch charms, it turn out to be 2.5 inches for the 4 patches anyway. So the 4-patch block, once you put one set of these together, it's 4.5 inches. And so you have, and then you sew 9 of these 4 patches to make a 9-patch block. And this 9-patch block is 12.5. And the hourglasses, because I used my charm packs to make them, I had to trim them down because I made four half square triangles at a time by using 2 charm squares sewed face to face, and I sewed a seam all the way around the outside, all the way around like this. Then I cut on the diagonal, which gave me 4 half square triangles. And then I had to trim down to 2.5 because you want to make sure these are the same size as your 4 patches in order to make this block. And then this block, when you get all the sashing and everything involved into it, it ends up being between 16.5 to 16.75. It depends on you, the sewer. Hey, Joy T. Katie and Chatters, I got to get some dinner and take Roscoe out. It was fun working on my swap blocks and listening to the chat. See y'all later in the chat. Have a good evening, Joy T. All right. Now I've got both of them sewn together. Okay, so I need to take these and press them with the iron because we've got bulk here. So hold on a minute. Lauren, can you take her outside? Excuse me. Watch out, baby.
You are a pain in the butt.
Okay. So give me just a couple more seconds here. I'm going to be pressing the seams open on the back. And there's lots of bulk where these center seams are coming together on these hourglass. Okay, so this one's gonna go here. And then this one, ouch, is gonna go here. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sew this to this one and this one to this other side down here on the bottom. So let's go ahead and pin this side together. Becky, that was Steph of something quilting or something emporium. I'll have to look up her name. She gifted 5 people when she was in here. I don't know that she's still in here or not. To go look up her channel name because I always get one of the words backwards. All right, let me trim off this thread stuff. Myra says she loves the name. Thank you. Chatter on the Minute Club laughed out loud. She's, I have 150 EXP. What does that mean? Do I, yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, John. Because I, on one of the channels I hang out in, I have like 1,000 something points. But do I know what we get to do with them yet? No. But I'm hoping that we can find out what we're supposed to do with those points, because they're doing this to help get people to stay engaged in a live chat, because we get chat engagement is part of our analytics for our channel. And some nights I have really great chat nights, and other nights my channel is slow. So let me see. I can see who the top. It basically is giving us a. So right now, Robin Marie has 225 XP points. Melissa has 150. Allegria has 150. Carrie has 150. Wow, lots of 150 ones here. John has 150. Helen has 150. Joy T has 125. So the more you talk, the more points you earn each time you're in a live. And the name of the channel that bought you the membership is called the Groves Bargain Emporium. For those that got a membership today. Uh-oh, I just accidentally closed my chat window. Oops. Yeah, but I can get it back. I don't know yet, Linda. I'm still trying to do the research to find out what, if us as channel owners is supposed to do something, or if YouTube's going to be doing something with it. Not sure yet. So Stephanie's the one that owns the Bargain Emporium channel. That's awesome and very thoughtful, says Becky. Yep. It the membership helps our channel out quite a bit. I have about, before tonight I had 17 paid members. Now I have 5 for a month extra. I don't know how I got points. I've been to 2 stores, done dishes, and full. Well, you were here first this at the beginning, before the live started, Robin, and you had said a few things before you took off to do your other stuff. I Googled it and it's like currency, woo, and I have 150. Let's go gambling, y'all. Roll over floor laughing. Can you please move out of my way, Nora? I need to get to the foot pedal here. Man, this seam is going to be a painful seam. My husband's over here singing. All right, let's get this one run through here. Ouch. Keep poking myself with needles. I don't know which is worse, cutting my finger all the time or getting poked by needles. Wow, we've been on almost 3 hours now. 2.5 hours now. But I want to finish this block before I pop off here. So I want to remind everyone, don't panic if you don't find a live, my husband. We're going to go fishing. So there'll be no live tomorrow night or Saturday night from my channel. I thought I would have enough time to make a couple pre-records. Not going to happen. Too busy because of work doing tour guiding. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time. If I paid for membership for everyone I follow, I would have to get a second job, laugh out loud. All my friends are on YouTube. Yeah, I have membership in probably 5 different channels, and that's about all I can afford to. So I understand that. And that's why I set my membership to be $2, because I don't want to make it higher than that. I think $2 is plenty. Well, it says $1.99. I just call it $2. Because I have a paid membership with Kevin, Sean from The Guy Who Sews. I have a membership with his channel, and I have 3 other ones. I can't remember the other channels at the moment. Super chats quite often in different channels. Especially the smaller channels. Because the smaller channels can use all the help they can get. It's kind of like a tip, you guys. The super chat is like a tip. All right. Now I have these pressed. Let's hope I can remember which way I had these. Okay, so this one goes up here. That's interesting. And then this one goes over here. Wait, did I have it this way? Or did I have it this way? Which way do I want to have this? Yeah, let's do it this direction, and this one this direction. Okay, now I'm going to measure this cornerstone block so I can determine how long the sasha needs to be for this one, which is 4.5. So I need to cut 2 4.5, and then when I sew the one side on here, then I'll need to remeasure it, because which should take it to like 4 3/4, I think. Yeah, I think so. But let's make sure on that. So let me go ahead and cut this. And then we're going to sew one side on first. And I'll save the extra cut for one of the other ones. 4.5. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew it on this inside, on this side, because I'm pointing my turquoise toward the center. I'll pin that on. Cynthia says it's time for the first college home game of the season. Gotta go see what Oklahoma State Cowboys are going to look like this season. Later, y'all have fun. John says, wait, I missed something. Myra says, my mom has a treadle singer, but I don't know the year. And then sis, how long on tonight? My computer is working. I'll be on here for a little bit longer. Do you want to come up? Come on. Let me know. I'll send you a link if you need me to. Becky says, if I had a sugar daddy, I would subscribe to you all. Yeah, you and me both. Robin says, I'm done. Exhausted, but done. Congratulations, Robin. And then John says to Myra, just send me the serial number and I can look it up easier with the allotment and date of allotment on the treadle. Okay. Nora, get off my foot pedal. All right. Take this over to the iron and press it. That's interesting. All right, now we're going to measure this side out. Oh, 5 inches. Okay. So on these cornerstone blocks, you're going to need one sashing that's 4.5, and the other sashing is going to need to be 5 inches. And then you're going to sew the 5-inch one on the bottom portion of this. And then we'll have that done. And then what I'll do is I'll show you what to do next. And then every block that you do it the same way. Unless, you know, you decide you want. And like I was telling everybody when we were designing this as we go along, you don't have to use the 1-inch sashing. If that's too narrow for you, you can go up. Just remember that the wider your sashing is, the bigger the block is going to be. So if you use a 1.5-inch sashing instead of a 1-inch, your block will be bigger than my block. Oh, thank you, Sissy. So excited for your trip. I want to meet Torben. You will really like him. He's very cool. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. I would be cross-eyed after 10,000 hexes, says John. Yeah, Nora wants to help me. I just figured it out. I have 10,223 hexagons done. Congratulations, Robin. You're coming along with that. Thank you again, Sissy, for the super chat. Did you say yes, send you the link? Wait. Do you want me to send you the link? Let me know. Myra says she has over 500 yo-yos. I could put up a link to look up Kate. Myra, I could put up a link. Oh, you want my Facebook group? Hang on. Actually, Myra's part of the group. Wait a minute. Why is it not showing it? Probably because I didn't put the right command in it. Maybe it's GQFB. Nope. Oh, no. Hang on. Linda says I can't embrace the hexy craze. It's just not in me. Okay, now let me go over and press this. Okay. Sissy, check your face messenger. All right. If you need instant gratification, hexagons are not for you. No. Daddy already took you out. Unless he rushed you. All right. Let's put this back up here where you can see it again. Okay. So now this is going to go here. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go ahead and sew this onto this side, okay? And then I'll join this one to this, and then we'll sew the whole thing together on there as well. Why is this seam off for? Oh, I know why. Duh. I think. That's so strange. Okay. What age, Myra? All right. So I'm pinning this side onto here, and then I'm going to get the whole thing pinned together. Make sure everything lines up, hopefully like it should. You never know with the way I'm doing it because it's different how we're doing this. So right now what I'm doing is I'm getting these pinned up, and it'll take me a couple minutes to get that done. Yeah, I sent it to you in Messenger. Unless you want me to email it, which will take me a little bit longer to do. Let me know if you want it in an email instead. I did send it to you on Messenger. Any second delay. All right, now let's get down here and get this part done. Alex says, I wish I would not have taken my nap because I would be done or just about done with putting these strips together. Sometimes you have to take a rest, Alex. I took a nap this afternoon too after I got home from work because I was wiped out, totally wiped out. I have to look and see how many steps I got done today on my phone. I'll have to look and see. Um, Linda says, well, it's time for Maggie's Polaris ride. Thanks for great company and thank you, Katie. I enjoyed the get together and the Greenland FYI. I'm glad. Thank you for coming. Stay tuned. I'll be posting footage from our trip this weekend. And also, Nikolai and I will be trying to get the Stone and Man thing done before he goes back to work. Because I really want to do that because I think y'all will enjoy the Stone and Man stuff. And I think I figured out how I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to make a video of us out, but not say nothing. And then I'm going to show the video and pause the video as we talk about each piece. I think that's how I'm going to, either that or I'll take pictures and turn it into a small middle mini video or something like that. And then I'll tell you stories about each of the pieces. I haven't figured out exactly how I'll do it, but either way, you'll learn a lot about them. Alex says, I know I'm always really tired on the days that change my pain that I change my pain patch. Okay, so that's interesting. I would just like not to be tired all the time. So hopefully this B12 stuff will fix some of that. Because I told Nikolai, I feel there are times when I feel like, you know how if you made toast with and you were you only had enough butter to spread what's left in a container across the bread, but not really get that much butter. That's how I feel sometimes, like bread or butter spread too thin. I know that's a crazy analogy, but Myra, yes to which part, hon? Okay, that means email time. Yeah, I sent it to you on your messenger. That's not gonna, yeah, all right, I'll send an email. All right. Hold on a minute, you guys. I have to fix this link for her. Oh, wait. I thought for a minute I lost it. All right. Now let's copy this part and drop it into an email. I'm please forgive all my delays. Oh, he said that's so awesome. Compose. I can't wait to get those little emojis up. Email sent, Sissy. All right. If you need help later, just ask. I'll post the full free lookups for singers in Katie's Facebook group. Yep. Let me go see. Have you already done that, John? Because I'll go and check and make sure that the bot lets you do it. Because I've been doing with the bot is those of you who are regulars inside the Facebook group, I've been pre-approving so that you don't have to ask the bot, or I don't have to have the bot hold your pictures back. Come on, laptop, stop giving me trouble. Sorry, guys, I'm having to take care of one more minute. Okay, John's post is up so that you can look at it, Sissy. Okay, that's been took care of. Yep. Okay, now let's get this sung right here, and then we'll get this other side done. But I want to get this one side sung first. We have a little bit of a problem here. Why did that do that? Okay, let me check a couple things and then I have to fix this down on the end. Oh, there's something with this sashing. I sent you an email to give you that information, Myra. It's weird that your laptop asked for that. Everything's in an email. Oh, come on now. Stop giving me a hard time. Bear with me here a minute. I have to fix this down here. It's not laying like it's supposed to, so I'm gonna have to fix it. It's always something, I think. I think it's weird that how you measure everything, you start out with something, and then when you go to sew it together, for whatever weird reason, it's off for some strange reason. Okay, so what do I want to do about this? That's 3/4 of an. I'm just fixing this. It'll take me a couple minutes. Hey, Sissy. I don't see you, but I see your names in here. I don't know if you can hear me or not. What's gone? Yeah, I don't hear you though, Myra. You must have your sound turned off or your mic turned off along with your video. You need to turn all that on. Who snores so loudly? I have to help my son bleed. Okay, Robin. I remember doing those days, bleeding brake lines after replacing brakes and stuff, or getting air out of the line. The cat is snoring and making me sleepy. Yep, it's infectious when you hear that.
Sis, can you hear me?
I hear you now, but I don't see you.
Okay, I'm confused.
Right there on your Zoom screen, you should see something that shows the video camera that you can turn it on. See if you see a message from me asking you to turn your video on.
Why am I lagging behind?
That's normal. Now I see you. You're fine.
No, I'm hearing two of us.
That means that
No.
you have the sound of, okay, over on your browser where you've been watching the live, you need to mute that. The cat snores. Nora snores too, Becky. Very loudly. Sometimes it'll be her and Nico snoring.
How's that?
Yeah, you're fine. I don't hear an echo. Sounds fine to me. Up, you just lost your screen again.
I swear. What is my problem?
You
Am
must
I
have
back?
touched. Now you're back. There you are. I see you now. You're on the laptop or your phone?
I'm on my phone, but I want to go to my laptop because I only have 7% of battery.
Oh, well, I sent you an email for the Zoom stuff for your
Oh, you
laptop.
sent email as well?
I did, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then I am okay. Let me go there and I'm going to get out of here and I'll come back.
Okay. All right, y'all. I know you're wondering what I'm doing. I'm having to fix a little problem here, and it'll be all fixed in just a second. And then I can finish sewing this back together again. I had to, for some weird reason, this is off a little bit. I don't know why. So I'm going to fix it. So it's not got a crinkle in it, which is going to be a little bit painful to get it to work right, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. What's your cat's name? Take the seam out further. Okay, now let me get this repinned so everything's laying down the way it should. All right. So I'm going to stick my little quilty clip right there to hold this. All right. I'll have to be mindful of this next block to make sure this doesn't happen again. She is a three-legged cat that is black and white. You know, I was outside a couple days ago. We had come home from work the other day, and there was a black and white cat out in the middle of the road. First time I'd seen that cat. And I talked to him. He actually came up and let me pet him. So I don't know who, he looked very thin. Nikolai's like, don't go and feed him. I'm sure he belongs to somebody, but I really don't know who. But it's the first time I'd seen that cat. And he definitely didn't act like a feral cat. Most of the cats around here are very feral. And I don't particularly care for them because they growl at you, which irritates me when they do that. All right, now let me see if I can get this thing back on here without getting into a fight with it.
Friend has 3 blind black cats. Say that
Wow.
fast.
3 blind black cats.
All right, I'm gonna go get the phone charger thing so that I can read the chat.
You can read the chat if you pop it out of your browser. Remember how to do that?
Oh, yes, let me see if I can. All these fancy things you have me do, sis.
Well,
But
it
I'll
makes
do it.
easier than
Hang on,
running. It's easier than running 2 different technologies.
hang on. You're right.
The pop-outs thing is the most ingenious thing that I've seen YouTube do. I didn't know you could actually do that, and that's really cool. Especially if you don't want to, you know. Okay, now this should be okay now. Let's make sure before I go sewing the other side on. Yep, it's better. Okay, now then. We need to sew this side on next. Yeah. Always fun action here. Uh-oh. I just crashed my chat screen. Not enough memory. Still there with me, Myra?
I'm here.
Okay. I have to feed my brother's cat. Almost forgot, said Robin. I'm glad I don't have any cats to worry about. I find them to be a challenge to take care of.
Okay, sis, I think I have muted my YouTube and I just see the chat.
Okay, sounds good to me. You can see the video, right? Oh, well,
Yes,
yeah,
hi, Jean.
yeah, you see her. Yeah, you're good.
Hey, Robin, welcome back.
Let's try not to get anything in the way here while I fix
Katie,
Yeah.
Bill's mother's only brother, his
Yeah.
uncle,
Mhm.
who's only 86, died last night.
Uh-oh. Sorry to hear that. Was that unexpected or expected?
It was kind of expected. He's had numerous strokes and heart attacks, and his kidneys were shutting down. And so he was in the hospital and might have had he died in the hospital. He might have had another heart attack. So,
Well, hopefully he didn't suffer.
Oh, I'm sure he didn't. And he's, his faith base was to be absent from the body is to be present with Christ. So, he's happy, I'm sure.
Have you watched the little mini series that's been being posted over on you can either watch it on Netflix or Amazon Prime called The Chosen?
I have not.
Should go watch it. It's worth watching actually.
I did.
I have to rewatch the second half of season 5 because we're getting to the part where they're about to arrest Jesus and start the process of him being the ransom.
Thank you, Crafting. I'm sorry I don't remember your name.
Her name is Alex.
Alex. Thank you, Alex. So
So it's about the life of Christ.
I bet it's really good.
I've enjoyed it. Now, when you're watching it, you're going to see parts in it that are like, wait, that's not in the Bible. You have to ignore those parts that's not part of the Bible because it's a dramatization along with, yeah, it's worth watching. And I watched the first season of David, and I wish they'd hurry up and come out with the next season because you're at the end where he takes down Goliath.
Yeah.
It's gonna be an enjoyable because I really did enjoy the first season of it. I'm not much into watching this kind of stuff, but I've been enjoying these. But this one with the one I'm not sure if they're Mormons if it's a Mormon religion that has produced The Chosen or what religious background they come from, but I have really enjoyed watching it so far.
Watched a good movie last night. The language was kind of rough, but if you can, get around that, called The 355.
No, I haven't seen that one. What's it about?
The 355 is about a group of women that like there's MI6, there's CIA, there's FBI, there's
Right, yeah.
an agent from Russia. And they end up all working together to save the world.
Cool.
Yeah, it's good, and it's all good women. Gosh,
Does language bother you in movies?
only if they say GD.
I say GD, but not the way you're thinking.
That's my only language that bothers me. In any context, it just is like nails on a chalkboard, but
All right. Now let's see if we can get this sign sewed without getting in trouble. I don't know why this particular block's being a pain in the butt. It's the hourglass that's giving me trouble for some weird reason.
so you need to stop what you're doing and take a few deep breaths and then go back to it. An
Yeah, I agree.
inanimate object can't give you trouble.
Well, this is giving me trouble. But I'm improvising with it.
Y'all, she understands me.
It should be fine. Who does?
You do.
Yeah. Okay. It's gonna look weird, but it'll be all right. It'll be all right. I don't know why it's being weird. something about this right here. Oh no, maybe I need to redo that sashing there altogether and see if that's not the problem. Yeah, I might have to do that before I go adding the other side on, because this is not. Let me press it and see if that don't fix it. Hold on a minute. Some strange thing going on here with this. Definitely not laying down like it should. There is something, yeah, there's something wrong here. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, y'all. Before I go sewing this top on.
What you doing?
Huh?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, what was that? What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this back off here and check, redo this sashing right here, because maybe I cut it wrong, because there's something going on right here and I don't know exactly what it is. So I'm probably just going to do this off the offline. I don't know what the heck has happened here actually. Uh-oh. Well, there's part of the problem right there. That's part of it. It's very strange. Okay, let me see what I can do. Maybe what I need to do is rip this out to this seam here and then reset it again. That might fix the whole problem. So let's try that. And if that doesn't fix it, then I need to replace the whole sashing. Make a new one and put on here. So let's do that. Bill's getting close to retirement, right?
Yes, he could tell us how many days. I'm not sure, but it's the week before the last. He's going to take the last week in September leave unless something comes up that he has to use his leave for.
Oh, so he don't want to go ahead and just take vacation time and finish closing it all out?
That's what he's going to do the last week of September. He's
Okay,
scheduled
gotcha.
to work until the end of September, but the last work week of September he's going to take off.
Sounds like a plan to me. Time to say goodbye. Time to retire.
Can't wait.
Yep, he won't be spending all those times on the road. Nikolai has 16 more years before he can retire.
What
Unless
is
they
the
change
retirement age in Greenland?
Right now it's 67, but they're talking about moving it to 70. Unless he decides to take it early based on, because we've been putting money into 2 different retirement plans. So he might could do it early if he wanted to. I can't imagine him wanting to give up fishing because he really likes it. Unless he gets fed up with certain things. And sometimes I think he gets tired of certain things that goes on. Because the ship they're on it is a dud. They sold the agonal or the Kokoxiok. What they should have did was kept the Kokoxiok and got rid of the Agonalik, because the Agonalik constantly cost them money. Because it's nothing but trouble. It's always something. They had a fire on board inside the engine. When they came into port, they had inspectors come in to do some inspections, and they were turning the engine on and off and caused it to catch on fire. So some kind of leak inside the engine caused the fire. So instead of Nikolai getting the heck off the ship, he was helping fight a fire.
Yeah, Bill told me all the people on Navy ships are also firefighters. They
Yep.
teach them all.
Yep, he has a license, and every year or every 2 years, I think he has to go for education. But he also has a paramedic's license too.
Every 5 years.
Oh, it's every 5 years. Okay. How often for the paramedic, babe? 5?
5 years too.
5 years. Okay.
Nico,
Yeah, so
I need CPR bad, honey.
she's over here doing the kissy kiss on her face.
Not CPR. I don't want you to press my chest. I need mouth to mouth. That's what I need. So for those of you listening or watching, we are very good friends, and Katie understands my humor.
Yeah, we have there's a joke between Myra and my husband. And we're not gonna explain why he calls her this, but he calls her Squealy. Her face is turning red.
You cannot see that on this computer.
I can see it. But it's a joke, y'all. We've known each other a really long time.
Yep.
Let me see here. Robin says, I said I wasn't doing anything today. I have been busy all day. Only did 21 hexagons. But you're so close to finishing. Alex says, I'm really bad at writing names tonight. Sorry. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
I'm sure Joe doesn't care.
Yeah, none of us does because we all make typos. I've turned into the queen of typos these days, but mine has to do, I think part of my typo problem is when I get tired, my little minor dyslexic crap kicks in and I turn letters around, which is annoying because unless you know me and you know what I'm saying, some people can't read it when you turn the letters to the wrong direction or put them in the wrong, or take a sentence and you're writing a sentence and two of the words I'll put in the wrong order. And then it looks like I'm uneducated because I typed it like that.
Alex said when my dad was on the subs before he became a nurse, he was trained in firefighting because he worked on the electrical.
That's cool.
But it only makes sense for everybody on a ship to be able to fight fires. That only makes common sense to me.
Yeah. It's the same as when they have to bail off the ship into water.
Yes.
You know, everybody goes through that same drill. I actually experienced that drill. You have to get put in these suits, and the only thing I didn't have to do is I didn't have to jump in the water. Thank God, because I had a dog with me at the time.
The suit would have been bad enough for me. I would have been claustrophobic.
I was too. I was experiencing sickness at the time because we were being kicked around by a storm, and there is something seriously wrong with this. But I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm going to leave it alone. Screw it. We're just going to leave it.
So Robin is saying, I know, but my mom is on vacation and I want to deep clean the house. So the next 3 weeks are going to be busy. Who says I want to deep clean the house?
We're going to deep clean our house.
Well, yeah, but going to and want to? Come on, Robin, want to? Oh, I never want to. Did your mom go somewhere fun, Robin, on vacation?
Oh my God. Now I know what's wrong with this block. Yeah, we're gonna take this block. I have to take all of this apart and start again.
So
I
show
did-
us what happened so we'll know what not to do.
For one thing, don't sew this bottom sashing on yet. Need to join this side first to this long side right here. Okay. And then the three here, or this part right here, right, this section right here, should have had the sashing up here. And that's why this whole thing is off. So I have to, yeah. So anyway, I am going to, yeah, I might as well just, I'm going to go ahead and rip it out because I have to rip the whole thing out and start again. And on this corner block, all I need to do is pull this one piece of sashing off and then we'll go from there. So let's try doing that first. And then I have to cut a new sashing and we'll start all over again on this one side. See, Katie makes mistakes all the time. And we're not going to hide any of it, but I am going to fix
Just
the problem.
human.
Yep.
So
But we-
Robin said her mama went to Binghamton, New York to see her older brother. And I would guess that it's nice and cool up there and probably phenomenal weather.
It's just still
Is-
hot in Florida.
Is Binghamton near the Finger Lakes or Buffalo or the Adirondacks or kind of like where? I was told it was 68 degrees here in Panama City, Florida, this morning. I'm not sure I believe it.
Is it too warm inside the house?
Yeah.
It could be that your house held the heat, but it was cooler outside.
No, we have AC on, babe. It's been in the 90s.
They're putting AC in the hospital here in town.
Wow.
Yep. So
Kind of sad though that you need it.
I'm sitting down in the basement waiting to pick up medicine. And I guess they were working on it because you can see where they're putting in new ductwork and stuff. And suddenly I am sitting there freezing. And it was the cold air was blowing on me from the ceiling. I'm like, oh, nice. Now we have air conditioning inside the hospital. Because
I got you, Robin. It's upstate in the Crook if you look at the map, close to Pennsylvania. And Becky wants a vacation. Well, I'm going to have a mini vacation Saturday when I drive over to Alabama because I'm going to go over quite a few pretty bridges along the Gulf Coast, the Gulf of Mexico. It's a pretty drive. I'm just not looking forward to going to the funeral, but by myself. Of course, Bill's brother will be there. We don't think his 91-year-old mother is up to going.
So Bill's not going to go to the funeral?
He can't. He's got some commitments on Friday and Saturday that he can't get out of. It's 3 hours west of Albany, New York. Okay. And neither his son or
At
his
least now I know what
daughter
I did wrong.
or niece and nephews can go either. So basically it's going to be his baby brother and myself representing his mother. But they're a sweet family and they sure did accept me into the family as wife number 3. So that wasn't going to have kids with Bill. So they were very, very kind to me. Oh, Becky, I wish you could. Lillian, I'm going to go through Lillian prepped. I don't know your name, because they live in Magnolia Springs.
She's either
And I
Jennifer.
always get excited whenever I drive through the town of Lillian because that is my featherweight's name, as it was named after my grandmother. Sorry, potential spam that I don't want to answer.
Prepped is either Jennifer or Jessica. Because there's two different channels and I get them backwards sometime with their names. Okay, I know exactly what I done wrong now. I put a sashing on too soon.
What did you do wrong?
I should not have put the extra sashing on this yet. In fact, this bottom piece should have gone on the top of this one. And because I had put sashing on two sides on here. So that's why it changed the size of it. And that's why they're not lining up the way they were supposed to, because I didn't put the sashing there that needed to be there. So, yeah, you learn. Sometimes you make mistakes. Now then, now I know why it's too short there, because I put the sashing on the wrong part.
It is Jennifer. Jennifer, do you live in Homestead, Florida?
Her channel's Eternity Homesteads. I'm not sure where she's located. Wait till you see the emojis that Kevin made for my channel. They are adorable. Oh my gosh.
You know, I actually enjoy ripping out seams.
I don't mind it, but I don't love it either. I guess it's the best way to say it. I really don't mind doing it. I just hate how long it takes me to get it done. And I've been alive for a long time now tonight. And we have to get up early in the morning because I have so much to do before we leave town. Got to go grocery shopping, got to buy raw food for Nora. And then we're going to drop Nora off around 10:30 tomorrow morning along with her raw food and explain how to feed it to her. Make sure they don't cook her food because she doesn't eat cooked food. No eating off the table, all those kind of rules, you know.
Jennifer, my husband was born in Prattville, Alabama, which is near Montgomery, which is, I think, kind of central Alabama.
My mom was born and raised in Jasper.
I know where Jasper is too.
Some of my cousins still live there.
Aw.
And Jasper's about a 2.5 to 3 hour drive from where Thomas is. So when I go to next year to see Thomas, I'm gonna see if I can't get Doris Ann to meet me halfway. Actually, I should really drive to Jasper and see Jasper. I don't remember anything about it.
Well, it was a little bitty town.
See, the last time I saw Jasper was when I was 5 years old. And my grandmother and grandpa were dirt poor. They lived in a house that didn't have running sewage. So they had bedpans in the house for at nighttime and an outhouse. And the outhouse scared the crap out of me. I was worried I was
at 5 it would. Yeah,
I was worried I was going to fall in the hole.
you bet. I think back in the day, Jasper was a very economically deprived area.
Well, you know what they did for a living, right? They were cotton pickers.
Yeah. Or
So
peanuts.
it was cotton, and they
Okay.
raised 13 kids doing that for a living.
That's hard work.
Yep.
It
And it
hurts.
definitely
Those cotton bolls have like big thorns on them. People don't
Yeah.
realize that. It looks all soft and pretty, but the husk that it's attached to will get you.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Mona. Welcome, welcome. We still have an outhouse at the farm, says Mona.
Porta potties are outhouses to me now.
It's so interesting because my grandmother left an impression on me, but I know Grandpa was there, but he must have been quiet because he was just so, I don't know. He didn't leave any impression on me, but boy did she, because she was doing two things that grossed me out. One of them was she was a dipper, and the other thing was is they had their lights had strings on them to turn them on and off with, and flies like to congregate on strings on lights, and she'd walk up and do this and kill the flies with her hands. That's what I remember about her.
My grandmother dipped snuff and she would put her two fingers here and she could go all the way across the room into the fireplace. It was so cool.
I thought it was gross, her dipping. Because she'd be spit cans all over the house. It was just, do they even have such a dipping thing? I mean, do they still sell dip these day and age or no?
They sell snuff and chewing tobacco still.
They still do. I was wondering if they still did or not.
Yeah, and when you look on the back of some of the good old boys' jeans, if there's a round circle, you know that they're either doing chewing tobacco or snuff, one of the two. Although snuff is usually in a smaller round can, but yeah.
No, little round, taller can kind of deal.
Yeah. So it's usually chewing tobacco is the about 2.5 inch, y'all. 2.5 inch round circular thing.
Wasn't one of those brands called Copenhagen or something like that?
There's Copenhagen, there's Skull, there's Red Man.
I thought so.
My daddy chewed tobacco. Wranglers with a round circle. There you go. There you go, Alex. Yeah.
We might get this fixed before I log off of here tonight. Oh, now it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. My goodness. This goes to show you just how tired I really am. Because I would have been on top of this and would not have made this dumb mistake. And it's definitely a dumb one.
Well, so was sewing my chicken upside down.
You didn't.
Yeah, one of my corner blocks.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I know the feeling, Sissy, when I need to turn this.
Yeah, so my chicken, it was right side out. I did real good on making sure it was right side out, but it was upside down. Hey, Donna, it was upside down, so I had to take it all off and flip
Yeah.
it. But whatever. It's done now. I haven't worked on anything in a whole week.
Because you're taking care of your mom, or
Yeah, it's she's just real frail and weak, and
how's her hip doing? Is it healing up okay?
her hip, the incision is healed beautifully, but it's still Just tell them that your chicken was doing a handstand. What was that?
That's a good one. That's
Yeah.
right. Doing a stand.
She's having trouble lifting the leg that they replaced the hip on.
Is that
So,
normal for someone her age after having such a surgery?
you know, everybody is different, so there is no normal. So, um, it just depends on your stamina, and she's not eating properly and she's not hydrating properly. She was dizzy all day today because she's dehydrated. So,
Oh, so she's back off the food again, huh?
yep.
That's not good. So one of the things I do when I take tours through Great Greenland, I have learned that you can make yourself sick doing tours inside of the tannery because I get overheated is what the problem is, and because I don't drink enough. And so when I bring tourists in there, the first thing I tell them is it's going to be extraordinarily warm in here because you've walked all the way over here, so you've built up body heat underneath all them jackets and stuff you're wearing. Because some of them, I swear to God, they had 4 layers of clothing on, and it wasn't even cold. It was 71
You
degrees
sis,
outside.
but it
It was
would have been cold.
it was 71 degrees today. That many jackets didn't need to be worn. But so what I tell them to do when we first walk in, I said, you need to take off all your jackets that you can peel off, because if you don't, you're going to be so hot, it's going to make you sick in here. Especially when we go to the wet room. Because the wet room has a certain odor about it, and some people's constitution is just not there. Thank God they have a door where you can open it, because we had microphones today, so they had headphones and I had a mic. So if they had to leave the room, they could still hear everything I was talking about, which was a good thing.
Well, that's nice. Is that a certain company or?
Some of the cruise ships provide them.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah. It depends on the cruise ship. And if the German cruise ships, all of them have them because we have a translator that goes with me on the tours to translate from English to German. Unless I'm lucky enough to get a complete group that can speak English too.
A lot of Germans that are younger than 40 do speak English as well.
Yeah, this is mostly the older generation that's on cruise ships. Like like Nikolai's generation, my generation, your generation, those ages.
Thanks, honey.
That was not meant in a negative way.
It's okay. I hope to get a lot older.
Yeah, your age is my first husband's age, because he was 4 years older than me. I think you were born in 58 or 59.
58.
Yeah, so you and him had the same year of birth. I'm a 62 baby. I'm borderline of being a baby boomer, what is it, Gen X or
Gen
whatever?
X. Gen X.
Yeah, I'm like right there on the border of both.
Yep, I'm a boomer. And I've got the stories to prove it.
It's interesting that even though my dad was in the Navy, I guess the Navy didn't have to go over there and deal with any of that war over there that was going on during that time frame. The Vietnam War stuff.
My dad had to do the Korean War because we were stationed in Alaska during the Vietnam War. He didn't have to go because we were already considered being overseas.
Yeah.
But then when we came back to Florida, a lot of military kids that I met then had lost relatives in Vietnam.
I'm deaf from that one. A war
So
that
Robin said it's Gen X. Allie says, or Katie, like many, never talk about it. And Alex said they did go over, but mostly ships and subs.
yeah.
That's like Bill's foreign war was the Lebanon issue. That was considered a foreign war. He's a veteran of a foreign war because of his time on ship off the coast of Lebanon. And they had people that had been wounded in country get evac'd to their ship or something. So I'm sure that wasn't fun or pleasant.
Nope. Okay.
Becky's dad was in Vietnam. My uncle did 3 tours. Yes, Robin, you're a baby. She's Gen X.
Yep. My dad was 17 when he got in the Navy.
Ali's dad was in Cyprus and the Israeli-Egypt war truce, and then the first Gulf War. When the planes for the first Gulf War flew out, one of the very first pilots was someone we had been stationed with at Nellis Air Force Base. He was a friend of ours.
I guess you noticed that there's been discussions about Greenland over the last 3 or 4 days.
Babe, Mom's TV doesn't pick up local stuff very much, so I don't know anything about anything.
It was so quiet and peaceful, no discussion, and now it has started again.
But it'll go back. Robin's 61. Alex's dad was in Gulf and the ones before. I have had an ancestor in every American conflict, a male ancestor fighting in every American conflict since the American Revolution.
Oh, I couldn't even imagine having family doing war.
Can't hear you, sis.
Go ahead.
You know, the War of 1812, the Spanish-American War, I didn't know, I couldn't find that ancestor, but I finally found him.
Oh, did you? All right. Now that side
I
is
guess
gone.
I should say, I guess I should say in every American conflict from Vietnam back. That's probably
Okay.
what I should say, from Vietnam back.
Where did my little corner block go?
Alex is 51 and her parents were as old as her friend's grandparents. So that's why he was in some of the older wars.
one. I watched there's a guy that runs lives of jets landing in Nuke.
Oh,
And yesterday, I don't know what kind of military jet it was, but it landed. It was bigger than the A380 Neo that Air Greenland owns. That the wingspan on that thing, oh my god, it was so big, but it was from Germany. It was a German military jet or plane. That thing was humongous. It had five, let's see, Asa, how many engines was on that thing?
Four.
It had four huge engines on it. It had 16 wheels, right?
Yeah.
That's not counting the very front wheel. So it's 16 wheels on the center part, and on the front of it, it had a set of two wheels.
wow.
It was huge. It landed, and then they tried to direct it into where they wanted it to park it, and then they turned it around and left. So I don't know what they were doing. I don't know if they just came in to see if they could land the bird and then turn around and left with it.
Allie says, I'm in Canada and have talked to one Boer War veteran, hundreds of World War I vets, thousands of World War II vets. She's an honorary member of the American 82nd and 101st, and she has the patches assigned to her in 1979 in Holland. That is so awesome. Thank you for doing all that with them.
Now we'll see if this is going to go together the way it was supposed to go together.
And it will just perfectly, I'm sure. While you're sewing, I'm going to go check on my mom.
Okay.
It's been quiet for a while.
All right. Will you check that chicken in?
I already done it. I'm putting it in that fridge.
Okay. Okay. Now then, we're going to put this on here. We're almost done with this, and then I'm going to be getting off of here. John says, I am a he, laugh out loud. I am, said I. To no one there. Okay. Once we get this sewn on, then this block will be pretty much took care of. It's not perfect though. Okay. I'm just trying to get these all pinned into place so that everything's so as close to being straight as possible anyway. This is not easy when you're trying to make sure seams line up when you have a sashing involved in it. Hey Becky, welcome back. Hey, Andy, how are you?
I'm
Good
back.
to welcome
Oh,
back.
good. I'm back. I'm back. Mom was cold. I had to get her an extra blanket. Oh,
In your house or chilly in the house? So how you been doing, Andy? What you been working on? And welcome
Andy.
back, Becky.
Thanks, babe.
This one's gonna have tons of pins in it.
I have a question.
Sure.
All right, so Quilted Twins gave out during the Florida Shop Hop, Quilted Twins, which is um my quilt shop. They do internet orders, but they have really crazy weird in the store hours. But anyway, they're 15 minutes away from me and they're lovely people. And so anyway, when you spent a certain amount at the shop hop, they gave you a tote bag full of goodies. And one of the things in it was a Geo Chick tote. Don't ask me. I don't understand what this is, but it says the kit includes fabric and written instructions needed for the bag. Not included is fleece or batting or any accessories. Pre-washing fabric is not recommended. Okay, so to make this tote, and this is where my question is going to come in. It says to make this tote, cut, okay, right there, there goes my anxiety, but it says to cut from the main fabric, paying attention to the direction of the graphic design, cut two 17.5 wide by 14 and 3/4. Oh, I see, tall. It's not tail. It looks like tail, but it's not. It's tall, wide and tall. Okay, never mind. Y'all don't laugh at me.
No one's laughing.
Because I was gonna say, what is a tail? But it's tall.
Sometimes reading it out loud fixes that.
I'm an educated woman. I just want y'all to know that. I am a very educated woman and usually can read, but I guess maybe I need to put in some new context.
Whew, lots of pins.
So this is the picture,
Oh, cool.
and this is the fabric. Wait a minute, let me take it out so you can see.
Here, let me spotlight.
So it's this solid pink and black geometric, then with this pink, pink. Can y'all see it?
Yeah, I spotlighted you.
Oh, you did, didn't you? Okay, so I don't know if I'll ever get it made because it requires me to cut fabric, but we'll see. Or I may just, you know.
Let's see what John wrote. John says, Myra, your tote has a tail or a tail to tell.
You're so sweet.
We have comedians in these groups. We were talking, I was talking to the tourists. I told them on their way back, make sure they stop and look at the lover's bench. I said, well, and one of them said, well, we can see on this side. I said, no, you got to go around to the other side. And the men will get it long before the women when they see what's on the other side.
Allie is a he. I'm so sorry, darling. And he says,
Yeah, when you hear me say John, I'm talking about Allie.
oh, I've got to write this stuff down, y'all, but I'm not going to do it tonight. And he says he has a very, with the word very in all caps, intimate knowledge of World War I and II. Well, I would say my husband has a very intimate knowledge of World War II, as evidenced by the fact that the first year of our marriage, I slept with all the men from the movie Tora, 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 because it was on every single night. My husband has tinnitus from being on the ship in the Navy and can't sleep without the TV on.
In the hell? Oh,
So, Alex, are you a lady? Abroad, a female,
he's a girl.
a girl? I don't know. Which is really funny for me to say I don't know because I'm very, very, very LGBTQ ally. So I do actually know, but you know.
So, speaking of that, my boss brought home pins from the United States, and I'll show them to you in just a minute. And a lot of the team has been wearing them on their work vest or work jackets. And I said, I want one of each one of those. The other day, she handed me one of each. So now I have something on here. One of them says love, and the other one says, I'll show it to you. I'll be right back. I'll go get it.
Those of you that are from Florida or have ever watched national news may remember that the gay nightclub Pulse, and I know nightclubs can't be gay, but the nightclub that catered to the LGBT community, the Pulse in Orlando, had a shooting, and I was a first responder for behavioral health when that happened. And I was a part of the Red Cross then. I volunteer for services to the armed forces with the Red Cross. But at that time, I was there under the purview of my VA job. And so anyway, one of my very dear friends who happens to be gay and also a paid employee of the American Red Cross, he had a Pulse nightclub American Red Cross tribute pin, and he got me one as well. And I just am so, so proud of it. Oh my word, which one is new?
So this one right here says love, respect, freedom, tolerance, equality, and pride. The other one says love is love. And then this one has Galasasuit Nunat, which means Greenland. And then the colorful houses for this town. And then this is a pin, which I already had these three myself. And this is a pin about homeless people.
So where did they get the bottom two?
Somewhere in probably either in Washington, D.C. or whatever state is right next to Washington, D.C. because they stayed across the line there. I don't remember what state.
Well, Maryland is close by.
Yeah, they were living in Maryland. But they
Virginia is just south.
No, they were in Maryland.
Huh.
I just couldn't remember which state was next to it. But they went to a couple protests, and I guess someone was selling them.
Wow.
They flew the Greenland flag during the protest, and up above the protest was a colorful flag above the.
So as a country, is Greenland fairly an ally?
There is no prejudice when it comes to that kind of thing here. None.
That's really wonderful.
I think the Inuits have had their fair share of that kind of thing, so they don't do that.
For sure. Absolutely. I gotcha.
Yeah. But Denmark is finally, as of, I guess, 3 or 4 days ago, they're going to apologize for the spiral stuff, which is an IUD is what they're talking about. They're finally going to apologize to the people of Greenland for it. And it's took this long for them to apologize for that because there's only, out of the 150 women this happened to, there's only 3 living currently. So
that's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a big deal about them apologizing for it.
That's really, really awesome.
So I think that this is going to be part of the mending fences for the country between the two of them. They got that to deal with, and along with some of the colonization stuff that happened. The other thing is the missionary that they sent over here to force religion on the people here. He has a big statue in Nuke, and every Sunday they fly a flag in front of that statue. And as of this past Sunday, it's the last Sunday they will ever fly a flag in front of his statue because everybody voted to stop doing that. So the country is starting to do things that it needed doing, needed to be handled a long time ago, too.
Wish America could follow suit.
Oh, yeah, I know. It is what it is, though, unfortunately. I mean, there's still a lot of things that's going to have to. I saw something about they were talking about reparations, but I don't know who they're going to give reparations to since most of the women that happened to are gone.
Right. Well, their descendants could apply for it.
Ah, look what Andy just brought up. Yes, that is actually still going on. In fact, they just removed a child from an Inuit parent after she gave birth based on that stupid test.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. The last thing I see is day job has kept me busy. Boo, got a few patriotic log cabins from John.
Change your chat to live chat. You're sitting on top chat.
You always have to remind me to do that. Okay, where do I do that?
Up on the left side, you see where it says top chat?
No,
You should.
I don't.
Okay, well, here, I'll read it to you and you can catch up that way. Andy says, I just saw a story about how the Danish tested Inuit women and then claimed they were incompetent and took away their babies. So sad. Yes, that's still going on. And right, in fact, they just removed a baby from an Inuit not more than 4 days ago. And so this test that they're using is a Danish test with Danish language and Danish everything. And the Inuit language is a lot different. And so these mothers may answer in a way that's not the way that, would make sense since they speak Greenlandic. So now that's the next test of what's going to happen between the two. They're going to have to stop doing that because that's just stupid. There's so many babies that's been taken away from Inuit mothers that are living in Denmark. John says that is sad. They did that in Canada for a long time too. My friend Dave was a kid that got took away. Yeah, it's crazy. There are several subjects that they're discussing these days, and that's another one. The other one is fatherless children, like my husband. They never got child support or nothing. But he sees his dad. He talks to his dad now. His biological dad. But at the time, I don't think his biological dad knew about him for a while. And by then, Nikolai was an adult. All right. Let me see here. My mother was born and raised in Baltimore. Her neighborhood was the opening scene in All in the Family. I did not like All in the Family. I couldn't stand the patriarch that was in that. Let's see. All right. So here's what's going to happen. There will be no live Friday night or Saturday night because I will be off grid. I'll be leaving tomorrow around 1 o'clock. I will try to go live on the way out of the out into the fjord. And Nikolai thinks that we'll have more cell reception because we're going in the opposite direction that we went last time because we're going to go salmon fishing. And then once I run out of access to the cell tower, my live will just drop off. So I should be going live around. I think we're supposed to set sail between 1 and 1:30. And when we do, I'll start the live on the back of the boat. And you can watch us leave the fjord. And hopefully it'll stay on long enough that maybe you'll get to see some icebergs or something, I hope. And then after that, I'll just be making footage that I can put online when I come back. And we'll be back Sunday afternoon. And yeah, so I'm totally up for this. So I just want to tell everyone you have a great weekend and everything. And thank you for sitting in my very long live. Oh, and here's the block, by the way. Sorry. There's the block. It just needs to be pressed. So yeah. So I'll see you guys back. I'll have pictures and videos to share with you guys and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know, who knows? Maybe we'll go to Unadoc, which is the hot springs, because it's right up from where we'll be fishing at. So and that area is so beautiful because you have icebergs all sitting in the water and all these really tall mountains on three sides, and then the fjords running in between it. It's gorgeous and
Well,
it's so
don't
quiet.
forget clothes so you don't have to skinny dip.
Oh, I'm not taking my clothes off the skinny dip. Are you crazy?
Well, aren't you going to go
No,
in the hot
do you?
springs?
We might, but I don't know if I don't know that I want to get in the water, to be honest. I may stay out of it and just video everything. I have never skinny dipped in my life, ever. Nope. I've never drank energy drink in my life either.
I have never drank an energy drink in my life.
Never done either one. Yep, John, I'll be having pictures and videos for all of y'all. So I just wanted to say thank you for coming and sitting as long as you did with me, because it's, oh my God, I've been online for almost 4 hours. Jeez. Anyway, thank you for coming. I appreciate y'all. Remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. What do you do with all that? You make something beautiful. Have a good night, and thank you guys. Nighty night.
Love y'all. Good night. Sis, thanks for letting me come on so I don't have to type.
Anytime, sweetie.
Love you so much.
Love
Bye.
you.
Have a
I'll
great
let you
time.
know.
Tell Torben and his bride, if she's there, that I have full intentions of meeting them.
I will do that. You'll like Ellie. She's sweetheart.
I know I
Hardworking
will.
island woman, let me tell you.
I will love them to pieces. You know I will. Bye,
I never
sis.
such hard workers. Anyway, y'all have a great night. Good night, everyone. Uh-oh, what happened here? I have to reload just to stop the live. Wow. Nora, stop. Let's see here in live. Okay.